Welcome back, folks. It is day 297. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は297日目です。We got a little carried away yesterday. Had some super fun, interesting discussions. However, we kind of fell behind just a wee bit, but we're one. Hey there, Loki. We're back. We're gonna try to complete this unit, right? Do our 15 bootstrap, then see what the story is about, which is nice, and then we'll finish our second set. Right. Yesterday's thing, we had a lot of great conversation. At the same time, right? At the same time, yesterday's unit was far more related to a grammar point than the topic title would suggest. So we're gonna have to cover some of those things. Not that much vocabulary as it deals with grammar. Well, let's go. Let's review from yesterday. Unit 78. How am I sorting this out? We're gonna start with the adjectives. So our new adjectives are mezurashi. Mezurashi. FYI, you haven't been on stream much because you're in Bosnia now and there are constantly problems with electricity here because there's a crap ton of snow. Well, I hope you're enjoying the snow. No worries. No worries. Is your time in Bosnia great? Outside of the constant electricity problems. Do you do something with the snow? Sounds like something, maybe it's so common that it's not as exciting anymore. However, sounds like an experience. 珍しい and 優しい. Ugh. Oh man, 優しい is so. So tall. 優しい. Sugoi. Those are our adjectives. Then we have kimi. These are pretty random, so just lumping it in with the random category. Kimi. Aisha. It's been well and nothing with the snow either, but you gotta go now. I just want to let you know. Yeah. Yeah, good luck. See you in the New Year's. Happy holidays. Yeah. Enjoy your New Year's. Hopefully it's spent by a warm fire with family and friends. Hello there, Yumeko. Konnichiwa. Yumeko-san. What else we have? We have Hatsuon. Yes. That's one. Hitsuyo. Hitsuyo. You were looking forward to my stream? Well, that's thank you for the kind words. You have something exciting to share, Loki. What did you do recently? Since the last time we spoke. I got up. Yeah, it was late. We went really late yesterday, so I went to bed. I got up, warmed up, changed, ran out, went for a run, showered up, had a light snack composed of white rice, steamed romaine, lettuce, and some sort of garlic, with some garlic, and a fish fillet, a salmon fillet, and 3 pieces of roasted duck. And then here I am. It was like 12:27. Yeah, the last time we talked. Yeah, it went a lot later. I met after during the Chinese lesson. I met another person who is quite enthusiastic about Japanese culture and the Japanese language. We kind of chit chatted for quite some time. And it took us to like 5 or 6 a.m. my time. And then I have to squeeze in like 2 or 3 hours of things I have to do at the end of a stream. And then it's contiguous with the story till now. Okay. Then we have new verbs. So, sagatsu. Sagasu. Yaru. Yaru. It's Dao. Dao. Tetsu. Dao. Whoops. The show. It's Dao. Morao. Morao. Akeru. And we had some stuff with these two. Tried to stay up, but you passed out. That's understandable. 1 a.m. is quite late for most people. Glad to hear that you're having. Hopefully, you're having a healthy and sustainable sleep hygiene. It's up and down for me. I make time. Make time for conversation. Pretty rested still. But we like take the stem. So we can take the verb plus the te form. Te form. Also introduced another phrase. Ame. Ame no. This type of expression is also related to kureru. Kureru. Right? Kureru. God. We have kedo. Kedo. It's kinda similar to Ga as an ender. We'll be reviewing today, so get more familiarity. Oh, それで No, wait, yeah, それで like a それで だから does, which is kind of like a so as well. だから or それとも or why do I stream at night? It just became a routine largely. It got later and later, but usually I get up around noon and I go to run. So the first thing I do every day is in an ideal median time to run. I run when the sun is somewhat past its peak in the sky. That's a compromise between when it gets very cold and then when it gets very warm. And then it kind of just started drifting hour by hour because the sessions got longer and longer. I stream at night because I'm most intellectually alert. Following my run, which happens to be the afternoon or the evening. Streaming in the morning is a possibility. However, that it's whatever came first. I find that slightly after starting around plus 4 hours before the evening with respect to like the Europe region, and then through the evening in the United States, the Western Hemisphere. The United States, usually evening is when people hang and chill as opposed to doing the workday, right? So most of the time I bridge the two evenings. The two evenings that are dominated by English speakers. That happens to be the pattern all the time. Daylight savings threw me off hard no matter how far into... Yeah, I can understand that. Yeah, so it definitely slid 1 hour after daylight savings, for sure. Yep. Since I don't have any like formal or professional obligations, typically as long as I maintain a 7 to 8 hour rest period, I'm pretty good. It's pitch black by 5:30. Yeah, it's pitch black by 5:30 here as well, more or less. And slow and steady, earlier and earlier rise is the way I readjust, right? As I reinforce most of the things I talk about when it comes to adjustments. So getting it back to like 2 o'clock, like in the PM, 2 p.m. or 3 p.m., we're just gonna like shift it by 15 minutes or 30-minute increments slowly to an earlier time. That doesn't reduce the session though. The stream session continues to extend beyond that. It means that I liberate time for it. Yesterday was your occasional longer sessions, largely due to very excellent discussions. So the nice thing about routine and habit formation is that you can often make time for extraordinary cases without completely like falling off the rails, right? So sometimes maybe I sleep 3 or 4 hours, and then sometimes I would stream for like 14 hours. It won't break the bank due to a lifetime of discipline, I imagine. I imagine that can be relatable to quite a lot of people. Right. Let's see. We had Sonna and Anna. Yeah, things like that. Like that, of that nature. And then we had one of our major grammar points. And the unit used iku. Oops. Aku and yomu that I can recall. And to create this expression, it's the nakude mo i is the phrase, and it's often created by adding the stem of the verb and a shift to a. So like ika nakude mo i or nakude mo i desu. So we add nakude mo i. Oh, there, Cozy. So that's our new one. It's expressing to be done without. So nakute mo is to be done without, and i meaning good or should. So when you add them together, nakute mo i, there's no need or you don't have to. And then when lumped with the verb, you don't have to do this. Like, you don't need to go somewhere. You don't need to buy this. You don't need to read this. So this is kind of like a 3-in-1 here. So pretty good. That was a little bit of homework I did on my own because it was interesting. It's not every day you get a central point, grammar point exposure in Japanese. Although, with that said, the last 2 units happen to be a unit on it. Unit 77 introduced the potential form. So things that can be done or can't be done, could be done, or could not be done. 7, okay. We had some vocabulary. Alto, which is interesting that they brought it back in as a random vocabulary or pronunciation. Hatsuon and Oto is another read on that, which have an aspect of sound as well. This is sound. Oto, which we mixed with Koe, voice. And then koe leads to... Oops. Aggressive. Naku, which is a whine, or again, another sound, naku. And that leads to our new predicate in this unit, which is kikoeru, to listen or to hear. Koeru. Which I'm drawing a blank right now. Hold up. Kikoeru. Oh. Kikoeru. Kikoeru. Then we have another group. Oh. Wakaru. Wakaru. Oboeru. To understand, to learn. Right, oboeru. And then shinjiru. So if you to understand, or if you understand, or if you learn, you can also believe. So shinjiru. That's how I'm grouping these guys. Shinjiru. Shinjiru, which also has you, to tell, to say. So that's our cluster for that, and then we have some arbitrary action. I'm not your unk. Let's do... So we have new predicates. No particular order. Naosu. Naosu. Oh, this is odoru. Odoru. Ne? Odoru. Odoru. And then practice do. Oops. Ooh. Let's try that again. It's fine. It's pretty floppy. Try again. Tobu. Tobu. Arau. And then we have our grammar point, right? Ichidan. Godan. Which for the potential form, for Ichidan, thing, dare, and then for go is a conversion to e. So you take verb stem, right? Verb stem. This is to convert it to e, and that's about it. Lucky made you cry. Oh dear. You called your wife to calm you down. Oh, that's kind of sweet. Yeah, I think that's it. So let's keep on going. All right. This is a review. We didn't manage to close off this lesson, so it's a good start. I used to do it this way, where I leave the last exercise. So I do the whole lesson set, and I leave the exact last exercise. So then when I recall, when I do my active recall, I go directly into the review, and then review again, but going through the steps. So this is technically the review that I should have finished yesterday. Okay. Which husband are we using? Otto.
Otto.
Otto. A husband. So, Ottoに犬を散歩して
散歩
してYes, の夫のに散歩犬
の散歩
犬の散歩をして
ため
This is the new phrase. So, ためのに犬の散歩をしてあげました。
あげまた。
Oh, I put the no in the wrong place. I need to place it here. You learn meru. Not the word, separate character. Oh, menu. Oh, okay. Got it. Okay. Aw. Well, so cozy. You're gonna need a hug. Let's see. 必要発音探す珍しい君発音直します君信じます珍しい踊ります
彼は髪を洗っていません。
彼は髪を洗っていません。He not washing. He is not washing. His manga.
手伝ってくれますか？
手伝ってね。
手伝ってくれますか？
くれますか？おくれ。
手伝ってくれますか？
くれますか？おくれる。
手伝
ってくれますか？
くれますか？
Do you need help? 手伝ってくれますか？ Or could you help me? Oh, wait. Yes, the other way. Could you help me? Right. くれる。
ピザを配達してもらった。
It's gonna be a little bit of adjustment. And then the mara, yeah, there it is. Morata also is a little bit of adjustment. Coming from a different perspective. Pizzaを配達してもらった。A pizza, sure.
一緒にやろう。一緒
にやろう。
やる。
Okay.
洗濯してくれますか？
洗濯してくれますか？ Could you help me clean? Could you help me do laundry? Could you do laundry? Oh yeah, it's just could you do laundry? The laundry. Okay.
妻は犬を洗ってくれました。
洗ってくれました。Okay.
妻
は犬を洗ってくれました。My wife washed the dog for me.
あの人は誰か知っていますか？
あの人は誰か知っていますか？ Do you know who that person is?
娘は私の車を洗ってくれた。
娘ね。
娘は私の車を洗ってくれた。娘
は私の車を洗ってくれた。Okay. Right.
夫
のために。Oh, I did write it no by accident. I guess it's ために. That was supposed to write. We'll see. I don't know why I wrote it no. Is there another? 夫のために犬の散歩をしてあげました。散歩 I mean, technically, wait, hold up. Kureru is here. Technically, oh no, never mind. It's past tense though. So can't get away with it.
散歩
をしてあげました。I was gonna say if kureru was in a past tense, it would be interesting if they accept it. It's clearly what they're looking for. Okay, let's do our 15 minutes. Pitch up here. Hitsuyo. What the heck? Okay.
必要
Yo.
必要
必要
必要必要
必要
必要
Oops.
必要必要
Yo. Sorry, I was watching a lot of deadpan humor earlier today. It's making me laugh because it was Japanese deadpan humor or Japanese related.
発
Hatsuon.
発音。発音。
発音
発音
発音発音
発音
発音
え
必
必要。
必要
Okay.
必要
必要
必要。
必要
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 Okay. 意味。発音。
発音
意味。発音。
君
意味。店内。
店内
店内。
丸発音
発音。猫。
君
Neko was in one of the skits.
君
発音。
君
意味。
目
言葉。
言葉
意
君
味。
発音兄
発音
音。
発音
誕生。
誕生
誕生。
発音牛。
牛. Oh, right. Ushi. I said Gyu. Gyu is the other read. And Gyunyu. Ushi. Ushi.
Kimi.
Kimi. Ani. Kimi.洗濯. Oh, whoops.
君
Kimi.
田中
Tanaka.
発音
発音。
選択
洗濯。女。
女
There has been a lot of updates to the game Wakotabi, and we're gonna wait for one more update before we revisit Wakotabi. Fantastic game, by the way. Not sponsored. Itsuyo. Can't wait to get back. Itsuyo.
必要
I saw a lake house. Ooh, someone has a lake house?
必要
Lake house?
必要
It sounds lovely.
必要
必要。
必要
必要
Oops.
必要
必要
It has a bad roof and leaks a lot. Well, there's one way to fix that. Okay. Ongaku.
音楽
And hitsuyon.
は
Hatsuon. Hatsuon. Ongaku. Hatsuon. 毎日。
毎日
毎日。
発音。
陸上。
陸上音楽
課題。
宿題
宿題. Oh, whoops. I'm thinking of assignments. 宿題。宿題、発音。
音楽。
音楽。
音
楽。
発音
発。or 発。
音楽発音
長袖。
長袖今日
今日。Whoops. 宿題。宿題。 You bought an old lake house. I see.
店内
Whoops. One. Two.
発音、
発音、
発音。
発音。
発音、
What do you usually do at the lake house? Or was this a recent acquisition?
発音、発音、
Two separate thoughts. Sorry.
発音、
Okay.
必要、
Yo. Whoops.
必要。
必要、
必要
必要、必要、
必要、
必要、
必要。必要。
You probably go to your sister's and have a drink or two with her. Aw, that's really cute.
必要。
That sounds lovely.
必要、必要、
必要、
必要、
必要。必要。
必要、
必要
Your ma'am isn't doing anything for it? Really?
必要、
Just
必
chilling?
要、
I know I'm saying ma'am. I'm saying it ironically. But I'm not actually sure if it's mom or ma'am. I'm doing the Kekona A sound because it reminds me of what do you call those? Yams? Yams. Yams. I'm not calling your ma'am a potato, but I'm thinking of yams right now.
発音。
So it had an old roof on it and the house was built back in the late 80s. Oh. Did you recently acquire this or have you been chilling at the lake house for quite some time now? Uh,
発音
hopefully it's sunny, you know?
発音、
At least sunny. So the roof does not leak.
発音、
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 Chris, maybe some
発音。
overcast day.
発音。
Lovely overcast or somewhat piercing sun over the lake.
発音
Sounds very painterly. I'm thinking of a very painterly image. Maybe something Bob Ross would whip up. Mom? Ma'am? Mom? Mom? Oh, sorry. Now I'm thinking of a scene from Family Guy.
必要、
Mom, 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 Mama, Mommy, Mom, Lois. It's like a 2 to 3 minute long scene of Stewie just calling Lois while Lois is like sick and out of the weather and she's just lying in bed and it's just him going saying that over and over again, trying to get Lois's attention.
必要、
必要、
必要。
So the problem with
必
the
要。
is it could be ah as
必
well.
要、
必要
Like
必要、
it's the same vowel that changes in American English. So that could be looked at as ah or ah at the same time. Like since it's not IPA, there's no way to distinguish between the So could be ah or ah. And that's pretty much like American English versus British English kind of deal. Ah. Yes. Yasashi. Alright, let's see this monster.
Yasashi.
Look at that monster. Oh! Oh, I actually had a stroke error there. I made these separate, but it actually closes off with that. Okay, that makes it a little bit more bearable,
優し
actually.
い
優しい
優しい
Look at this
Yasashi.
monster. It's so stacked.
優しい
優しい
Just got it, and we want to redecorate the inside of the lodge. Ah, that sounds like it'll
優しい
end up being a lovely place.
優しい
優しい
Cozy up. Have some warm bev. You know, get some warm
Yasashi.
bevs going. Chill. Does it have a fireplace? When I think of lighthouse,
優しい
I often think of a
Yasashi.
fireplace.
優しい
Somewhat of a cabin in the woods situation, but in the woods next to a lake. Hitsuyo.
必要
Tsuyo.
必要
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 必要必要
A large fireplace. Nice. Dashi. Oh.
優しい
That was a weird typo. That was stroke error here. Fine.
優しい
We'll fix it.
優しい
優しい
We'll note that tomorrow.
優しい
優しい
Oops.
優しい
Almost did boku. There's a reason why they included boku there.
優しい優しい
優しい
優しい
優しい優しい
With real wood. Okay. Okay.
や
You did. Ah! Why do I keep typing he? Oh, because I'm not typing
Yasashi.
S twice. Okay. I made the same typo twice.
優しい
Unless my S isn't
優しい
actuating. That could be
優しい
a possibility. My S
優
on my
しい
keyboard is already
Yasashi.
wearing down. That's a thing already. S is back
優しい
or down
優しい
優しい
in video games.
優しい
優しい優しい
For the fire? Yeah. That's what we're talking about. For the fire. Alright. Alright. It's story time. What do we have? A new coat. Alright, let's put on our detective gear.
新しいコート
Atarashi koto. And of course, atarashi is not. Right. So, atarashi. Atarashi.
ビクラムは服屋にいます。一人の女の人がビクラムに話しかけます。
And then kakemasu is coming back. Kakeru. So we're talking about Vikramu again. Vikramu wa Fukuya. Wait, and not quite so Fukuya. Oh, I totally missed the mark there. And then Fukuya. Right. Fukuya ni imasu. 一人の女の人女の人がビクラムに話しかけます。Wait. Okay. Vikram's at a clothes shop. And he's going to inquire. There's a woman he's going to like initiate a conversation with. A woman alone. It's the one gonna spend time, or he's gonna. Yeah. To initiate, to cause someone inconvenience, to burden someone, to impose. No. Man, Takeru, man, I'm telling you. Okay. So, hanashi. All right.
すみません。
Oh, maybe it's the other way. No. Oh, no, it's the other way around. A woman alone was approaching Vikram, actually, the other way around. No.
はい
Yeah. So one woman, like a woman, is approaching Vikram, more or less. They're initiating a conversation. They're not saying goodbye.
お店の人ですか？
お店の人ですか？いいえ。Or actually, we don't actually know if Vikram works at this shop now that you think about it. It just says he's at the shop. That doesn't necessarily mean he doesn't work at the shop. So, お店. Right. 店の人.
僕は
僕? No, don't pull an Eddie. Don't you, Vikram, please. Don't pull an Eddie. Where are you having enough Eddies?
よ よかった。手伝ってくれませんか？
Oh, she superseded him. よかった。Oh, 手伝ってくれませんか? Okay, so they ended up not using 手伝. So 手伝 is our new vocabulary. New kanji. 手伝. つだ is and then よかった is fine. And then くれる is fine too. Like great, right? Awesome. Can you help me, right? Could you help me?
新しいコートが欲しいんです。
新しいコートが欲しいんです。I want a new coat. Right. 新しい。欲しい。欲しい。欲しい。
この赤いコートはどうですか？
How about this red coat? この赤いコートはどうですか？赤い。You could say that I pay for a new roof. Yikes. So we have akai or aka. Wait, aka. Whoa, hold. Yeah. So akai, and everything else is.
それか。この茶色いコートはどうですか？
Interesting. それか. Wait, do we have それか? No, we did not, but it kind of makes sense. So. Oh, wait. Did we? Yeah, それで. But それか. Interesting. It's like that. Like, how about that? Like that. Question mark. それか. それか. Or maybe. There. Yeah, or. Yeah. それか. Like, or like that. Interesting. What did we get for それか? The other one was それとも. In the middle of the sentence. Interesting. Let's write それか as a note. By context, it makes sense because she's offering another option. She's talking about the yellow coat. Or no. Well, what was it? Brown coat? Brown coat. それか. それかこの茶色.茶色. We have 茶色. Right. 茶色. 茶色. 茶色い. Is there an extra E? Oh, okay. Yeah, so the E Fair enough. 茶色いコートはどうですか? How about this brown one?
そうですね。
Oh, I kind of like that. そうですね。
その茶色いコートは安いです。
安いです。その茶色いコートは安いです。So we have continue 茶色。茶色、安い。Right? 安い。It's cheap. 安い。安いです。
でもその赤いコートはとても綺麗です。
でも、OK。でも、その赤いコートはとても綺麗です。So, saying the but the red coat is very pretty, right? Beautiful, right?
そして暖かいです。
そして暖かいです。Oh. Interesting. そしてSo you can and find okay. I see. Didn't use it that way yet. そして暖かいです。暖かい has often been a problem for the kanji side of things. Wait, is it this? Oh no, I keep missing the middle stroke. There's an extra stroke in the middle. So like oh no, there's no. Did I add an extra stroke? I did. Ata and then kai. Okay.
あなたにぴったりですよ。
あなたにぴったりでしょ? Perfect. But I don't know ぴったり. No, ぴったり is ぴったり. Wait, あなたにぴったりでしょ? Oh wait, unexpected. Not perfect. ぴったり. No, yeah, wait. Yeah, ぴったり is perfect. Oh no. I guess it suits you. Yeah, it perfectly suits you. Yeah, ideally suits you. I'm guessing he's referring to the red coat, right?
わかりました。この赤いコートにします。
Okay, and then にする. Fair enough. わかりました. Right? わかる. So we'll write the plain form. わかる. Or I guess わかった. No wait. How does that work? わかる. Do so わかった would be the casual form, but わかりました. So わかりました. この赤いコートにします. So she's gonna go with the red coat.
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
レジはどこですか？
レジはどこですか? No. Just looking for the, like, to check out the coat. To buy out the coat. The register. Cashier.
わかりません。
Wagarimasen. Okay. I don't know.
僕はこの店の人ではありませんから。
Ara. Oh, that's interesting. Boku wa kono mise no mise no hito de wa arimasen kara. Because I am not either I am not, there are no people. Oh, because I'm the only one here in this store. I'm the only one in this store. Or I am not this store. I'm not from this store. Or I'm not. Interesting. Wait. There are more. So there wa, yeah. Wait, let's see. Boku wa I am not. Yeah, I'm not from this store. Like, I'm not the people from this store. Boku. 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 I should double check Boku. Oh. Okay. And then mise. Oh. Arimasen. Kara. What happened in a story? A woman gave Vikuramu a job at the store. Worked at the store, buy a new hat. Thought that Vikuramu worked at the store. Alright, and that's the end. That's the end of the story. That was a cute one. Sumimasen. Yasui. Ni hanashi kakemasu. Talk to, right? Atarashi kairo. Bum. Alright. Now we're back to our lesson. Cute lesson. Cute story.
This is everyone's movie. This
これはみんなね
これはみんなのための映画です。これはみんなのための映画です。のための映画です。
これはみんなのための Oh yeah, there was a ためのための映画です。This movie was for everyone? This is a movie for everyone? Okay. 珍しい。
珍しい。
What the heck are two of those things?
たくさんプレゼントをもらいました。
たくさんプレゼントをねもらいました。
たくさんプレゼントをもらいました。
I got a lot of presents. 君
こんなに大きなダイヤモンドは珍しいです。
ダイヤモンド Oh boy.
こんなに大きなダイヤモンドは珍しいです。こんなに大きなダイヤモンドは珍しいです。
Onna. That's
こんなに
onnani
ダイヤモンド大きな
okina diamondo wa mezurashi
です。
Onnani. Oh, so like a diamond this big. A diamond this big is very rare. A diamond as big as this is very rare. Okay.
プレゼントありがとう。
プレゼントありがと
郵便屋さんが大きな小包を彼に届けてあげた。郵便屋さんが大きな小包を彼に届けてあげた。
う。Holy heck. Okay. Got stuck on something. Oh.
郵便。
郵便。お、手紙。Wait.
郵便屋さんが大きな小包を彼に届けてあげた。郵便屋さん。
Is that really what I heard?
郵便屋さんが大きな小包を彼に届けてあげた。
郵便屋さん。Mailroom? Son? Oh no, not mailroom son. Name room change? What change? Okay. That's actually new to me, so we'll just see what it translates to. 漢字に暗記を作ったことがある? There are uses for this kanji in Aki? Wait. With a question mark. You use this in Anki? You use this kanji in Anki? Wait. I don't understand. You use this in... There are uses for this kanji and Anki have uses for this character.
「郵便屋さんが大きな小包を彼に届けてあげた。
Oh, I think I heard something else. No, wait.
郵便屋さんが大きな小包を彼に届けてあげた。
Have you ever used Anki for kanji? Have I ever used Anki for kanji? Huh. I don't know what that says, huh? No, I have not. Not sure if I already... I thought you have asked that before. No, I don't use Anki for kanji. Have I ever used? Interesting. So when you put the past tense and then you do aru, it translates to have I ever used? Interesting. That reads to me as Have you used Anki and then kanji? Have you used Anki? I guess ever works. Yeah, makes sense. No, I have not. Oh, because of Aru. Oh, no, wait. That makes sense. Right, because Aru is the activity instead of saying Iru, as in me using it. Right. Let's see. I'm not getting the middle of the sentence.
郵便屋さんが大きな小包を彼に届けてあげた。お、届け届け、大きな、届け。
届け、届け。I thought it was 手紙, but
郵便屋さんが大きな小包を彼に届けてあげた。郵便屋さんが大きな小包を彼に届けてあげた。郵便屋さんが大きな小包を彼に届けてあげた。
What?
郵便屋さんが大きな小包を彼に届けてあげた。届け。お、大きな、お。郵便屋さんが大きな小包を彼に届けてあげた。小包。
That's why I have a problem. I was misreading. I was misreading this.
大きな小包。郵便屋さんが大きな小包を彼に届けてあげた。お、彼に。
彼に。
あげ。てた。郵便屋さんが大きな小包を彼に届けてあげた。届け。て。郵便屋さんが大きな小包を彼に届けてあげた。
So, what could that mean? I guess.
郵便屋さんが大きな小包を彼に届けてあげた。
So, I delivered to him a large parcel / package. Mail shop son post office, like the postal person, the postman. Okay, the postman. Oh wait, not the postman, right? Because the postman delivered. Interesting. So they went with Yubinya san for the postman. I keep trying to think it's some sort of post office, but that's not post office. We know post office. Interesting. Huh. You mean, yeah. Interesting. And then of course, kyoku. Kyoku is what they used for the office. Yubin kyoku. Yeah. That threw me off a lot. Is ya can also refer to an establishment too. Okay. And then kyoku. Oh, not kyoku. Oh, I've already forgotten the read on that. Parcel. Or package. Kotsumi. Yeah, kotsumi. I could not, for the life of me, remember the re ko for chi. Kotsumi. And that unit did not sit. Okay. Okay. 踊ります。
踊ります。信じます。君。
直します。
直します。
珍しい。
子供に絵本を読んであげた。子供に。
子供に絵本を読んだね or あげた
絵本を読んであげた。
読んであげた。珍しい。
直します。
踊ります。
踊ります。
踊ります。Whoa. Sorry. Thinking of delivery still. 君、信じます。たくさんプレゼントをもらいました。
プレゼントを
もらいました。
もらいまた。兄に珍しい本を買ってあげました。
Okay. 兄に珍しい本を買ってあげました。ダイヤモンド。So we had それ。そんなにね。そんなに大きなダイヤモンドは珍しいです。or 珍しい。
こんなに大きなダイヤモンドは珍しいです。
君と一緒にいることは楽しい。
君と一緒に。Wait, did you use a different read on that?
君と一緒にいることは楽しい。
君と。Alright. Oh, I know where they got kun from. I see. Because one of the things is familiar language, sometimes considered male language, referring to someone of equal or lower status. That's kun. I see. I think they were going for Kimi here, though. Yeah. obsolete term only applies to oh no. Oh, maybe they are going for kun. But it's still kimi. That's interesting. Huh. Yeah, there's kun, the onyomi. So I don't actually know. Let's type this in. This one's kind of weird. Fine. We're just gonna stick with kimi. 君と一緒にいることは楽しい。Being with you is fun? Right. You are not alone. 君は一人じゃないね。
君は一人
じゃない。
じゃない。
外国人ね。外国人が
外国
人がいい辞書How do I do
No.
this? Maybe no? Oh.
ため
Or
の
yeah, ための外国人のためのいい辞書がありません。
ありません。
Call me by your name. Call me by your name. The heck? The what?
Kimiで
君って僕の
名前
名前をWhat is
4
what is going on? What's going on? No idea what this means. I don't even understand the English.
で
I don't know. 君の名前で僕を呼んで。Okay. 君の前で僕を呼んで。I kind of get it, but man. So your name, Kimi no namae, namae de. So by your name, right? Oh, I flopped it. I flip-flopped it. And then boku wo yonde. No, wait. Yonde. But is it a song or meme or something? I feel like it's a song lyric. Call me by your name. So that's my thought. Yeah, call me by your name. Like I feel like it's a song lyric or something. It kind of reminds me of a call my name and I'll be there kind of thing. What song am I thinking of? If you call my name, something something, I'll be there for you. I don't even know the melody is like kind of loose too. Like if you call my name, da 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 da, I'll be there for you. Like it just reminds me of a song lyric. I don't think that's enough. Maybe it's enough. I mean, it's funny you tell me to look it up, yet you can look it up too. Yeah, that's not the greatest, hottest advice, but let's see. You call my name. I'll do it again. I'll answer a million times out loud. I'll take you there. I'll take you there. Oh, it's a song by Madonna. It's like a prayer by Madonna. When you call my name, it's like a little prayer. I'm down on my knees. I'm thinking of like a prayer by Madonna. 1989. No, not Carly Jepsen's Call Me Maybe. Okay. So, I mean, this sentence, I mean, the Japanese checks out, but I have no idea what this means.
君の
Kimi no
名前
namae, boku, boku o, wait,
で
Kimi no namae de boku o yonde.
で
I have no idea what this is supposed to mean. let me, you know what? Oh, we might as well look it up. Call me by your name. Meaning, not Lil Nash, not Lil Nash. Oh, it's a sign of intimacy. It can indicate. Okay, Gemini. Let's see what you're saying. The phrase, it's a sign of intimacy. It can indicate a desire to be known and seen by someone on a personal level. Call me by your name. A request for respect. It can be a request for someone to use your name as a sign of recognition. Call me by your name. I can see that, but that doesn't explain the meaning. Yes, I see that it's the movie now that I've already looked it up. Although there are multiple movies that elicit this phrase. A relationship building strategy. Using someone's name when addressing them can convey. Oh, that. Oh, interesting. That's how ironic. It's like the opposite of Japanese culture. Huh. Intriguing. That makes sense now. Call me by your name. Intriguing. Funny. Well, I'm certainly not familiar. What? What up? It's a reference to Greek mythology. I don't remember the full story anymore, but yeah. There's a modern movie remake of that. I kind of like this guy's explanation. or this person's explanation. Call me by your name as though they share a family name, in which it implies the union of two people. I kind of like that. Kind of fills out that feeling a little bit.
お手伝いします。
Okay. Well, we had two really interesting. Oh, I should write down Postman, because Postman can go with dentist. It's pretty random. Postman was what? You been yeah. Intriguing.
お手伝いします。
お手伝いします。
お手伝い
お手伝いします。
します。
Right. I guess you can convert it into that. Instead of converting it to otetsudaku. Otetsudaku. Interesting. Otetsudai shimasu. That's a one-off case for now. Not frequent enough.
探します。探します。
彼は髪を洗っていません。彼は髪を洗っていません。髪
を洗って、ね。洗っていません。
います。
I will help you. You know what? Let's write that down. Otetsudai. Otetsudai します。
します。
手伝ってくれる。
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 探す。
一緒に来てくれないの？
一緒に来てくれないの？一緒に来てくれてのね
の
一緒にくれて
一緒に来てくれないの？
来てくれないの？
一緒に来てくれないの？ないの。
一緒に来てくれないの？
一緒に来てくれないの？
Did you not come together? Won't you come with me? Oh. Man. Kureru becomes... Interesting. We spend 9 hours a day on screens? That sounds fairly reasonable. No wonder people seem so mean? That's a bit of a bold leap. 一緒に行ってくれないの？
あなたを探していました。
あなたを、あなたの、あなたを、探していました。I was looking for it. Whoops. 手伝ってくれた。くれて。くれてありがとう。Okay. Oh, back in the day, there was not that many screens. Yeah, that's a correlation. That's correlation, not causation. Sagasu.
探す君
And the blue light messes with your eyes. It changes something. The word messes might be a little bit misleading. Odorimasu. 踊ります。
踊ります
踊ります。珍しい。
珍しい
信じます。
牛乳を買ってくれてありがとう。
牛乳を買ってくれてありがとう。That's why you keep the brightness down the lowest. Will hurt your eyes over time. I can see how the two of you would come to that idea. 牛乳を買ってくれてありがとう。Especially the brightness thing and the blue light thing. That would take quite a while to like elaborate on my thoughts about that conception. Guess for me implied. Maybe I can contribute some ideas here. Your eyes hurt from overuse, from eye strain, whether it's screens or not. And eye strain can be the result of not seeing clearly, which can be confounded by having low clarity or low brightness in your screens. It's the act of sustained eye strain and not the actual device. If you stand at a wall and stare at paint on a wall and you strain your eyes sufficiently enough, it will cause a hurt, like a pain thing. However, the idea of screen time coinciding with myopia is a aging effect, and it's also a strongly genetic component that made it seem like coincidentally that increased screen time happens to coincide with myopia. And myopia is not typically triggered by the thing you're looking at. It used to be conventionally accepted until there weren't substantiating enough cause and link between the two, that they're more noticeably coincidental. So they correlate. The stuff do correlate.
私
私の娘 Oh, for me? の娘は my car. Oh.
の私
Yes, that's understood there. 私の車も洗ってくれた。
先生は私の息子に日本語を教えてくれています。
Well, you saw your niece today and she needs her iPad to do anything. She's like 6. Okay. That sounds like a dependency on something. Which I'm not sure where you're going with that. Are we still talking about eyes, or are we talking about behavioral things? Like you don't know now? Because hating technology is one thing. Finding all the ways to hate technology, that's perfectly fine. That's an emotional response, right? Because if you find your early children being dependent on technology, or being very dependent, it can be very scary and it's concerning. Technology itself is not does not have causal links. It's what's on the technology, the user on the technology. There are forms of technology that are very harmful, in the sense that the literal tech is harmful. However, what's on the tech is probably why I can definitely empathize with that. It's very concerning that your niece is stuck to an iPad. However, if your niece happens to develop myopia, right, like eye nearsightedness and whatnot, a lot, like, it's not strong enough corollary to suggest that looking at the iPad from a young age is the reason why she has myopia. It might be eye strain, though. There could be a repetitive stress injury from from using your eyes without resting for a very long time, right? That is very real. Repeated stress injuries is very real. So like if she went out for a very long time, or you gave her a drawing book or something, and she stared and constantly draw for a very long time, her eyes would strain too, because she would be staring at a picture book, as opposed to, like, if she reads a lot, it'd be the same, right? Hopefully your niece gets a diverse form of stimulation, diversify a bit, so she can explore her environment healthily, of course. The iPad can present a lot of alternative things. I'm not sure how early does a child understand the abstraction of the device and its ideas versus the device itself. For example, when, let's say, like a 20 to 30-year-old, right, picks up a device, there's an understanding that the device's value is to connect with the information that is presented on the screen. So the device itself is not the thing you're dependent on. However, as a child, it can be that the device itself is the thing that is necessary, not the ideas and the stuff projected by the screen. So I have no idea nowadays what the average age of when you come to abstractly conceptualize that it's not the iPad that's gaining her attention and value. It's the things in the iPad, like the things being told, right? So oftentimes they can be associated, they can become linked, and it's kind of a good adult, like a good older habit would be something like when you for example, when you place a bottle right next to you, and if you don't have anything to do, there's a chance you're gonna habitually pick up the bottle and drink it, right? And the idea is that when you think about the water bottle and you're picking it up, you're associating it with the idea of being hydrated. Now, you can end up being dependent, and every time you think you don't need to hydrate, you're still going to pick up the water bottle and sip when you don't need to hydrate, largely because that's the habitual pattern that you have done. So sometimes that's kind of the worry about younger people and electronic devices. It's difficult to know if the child is attached to the device itself, which then you could technically blame the iPad, or it's what's on the iPad that they are dependent on, which could be like, I don't know, a childhood television, or like a programming that was meant to fixate you, or doom scrolling. The content itself could be the reason, and not the device itself. And that was also the whole, in my opinion, one of the things that fuel the misconception about screen time. Like, is blue, like, I understand the whole blue light experiment. I actually was a little bit close. I was actually in one of the labs that studied one of these things as a early student, and that whole blue light thing really did explode. And it does have an impact on your sleep cycle. Possibly it can affect your circadian rhythm. However, in terms of myopia and your eyes, it doesn't really mess it up. It trains it into a different cycle, and then with breaks from it, you read, and like the circadian rhythm comes back, right? Like, so it's like a change in the eye. It's not like your eye just got fried by blue light or something like that. And it requires quite a lot of stimuli for the extreme cases that most people are referring to. And it's not like a you use it and then suddenly your eyesight disappears or something. Yeah, that's kind of a very exaggerated example of what happens when a journalist and media people spin the research. Yeah. Although that is a little concerning about the 6-year-old and being attached to an iPad. Not concerning in the way that I feel lots of people conventionally might. Here's my thought, right? Let's take a step back a little bit and ask, what is competing with the iPad? So the question is, sometimes you're thinking, oh, let's get the child to do something else. Like, let's get the child to be interested in something else. The question is then, what is it that can compete with the attention that the iPad is providing? And how do you leverage that, right? So if you were offering the child something, you present an iPad and then you present something else. What is that something else that could elicit the interest or curiosity of the child? And it has even bigger ramifications. Is the child getting enough attention? Right? The iPad can offer attention and stimuli, but the idea is, how did it come to be that the child becomes dependent on the iPad? Does the adult like using the iPad? Is the child mimicking the parents? Or are the parents really busy, right? Or unable to provide enough attention, and therefore defaults to a device that can provide that attention? There's quite a lot of ways to go about this, and a lot of obviously implications. I'm being presumptuous here, of course, and in a more of a constructive way, I suppose. There's no like fault really here. Like it's not the child's fault, it's not necessarily the parent's fault, but understanding the situation. Perhaps the parent cannot be around very often. There are ways to make the iPad functionally constructive. So one could curate content on the iPad and help the child conceptualize what is on the iPad. For example, you could make it into a constructive experience if the device itself is not literally the thing that's engaging your child. If it's not, like if you have enough indication that the child is able to abstractly consume information and knowledge from the iPad, not the device itself, that could be interesting use. You were lucky to get a flip phone when you were 16, never mind an iPad. Yeah, I got a flip phone when I was a teenager as well. The first flip phone, or the first like viral flip phone. We got like the old school flip phones when they had QWERTY keyboards and whatnot. That was fun until the Moto Razr hit the market. Then everyone had a Moto Razr, and I had to have one. That was when I was around 16-ish. Then all like the fancy flip keyboard things. Well, your sister chills on her phone a lot. I see. I'm curious what your sister does on her phone, on her device. To me, I feel that it is remarkable how much a child gathers influence from their parents by observation. So sometimes, hear me out here, this was a social experiment. They're like collective, and these are surveys, meta-analysis surveys, so like parents who voluntarily fill out these surveys. One of the most consistent, this is correlation again, not causation, but behavioral correlation. One of the more consistent ways of getting a child to explore and vigorously do other things is to be the person doing it. So what I mean is the parent themselves are inquisitive and explore and do things. The child inherently gains that observational skill. So what I'm by like imitation. So like if a parent likes to draw or explore and ask questions, the child is more likely to co-participate. If the parent is not around and there's no other source of inspiration, there is that engagement pales in comparison to the actual iPad. Like the internet provides such a substantial amount of stimuli. However, the uniqueness of having a parent doing something is that the parent is a present being, right? It's a physical being that is around. So parents can leverage, in my opinion. I'm not a parental counselor or anything, and I was never a parent, so keep this with a grain keep everything with a grain of salt. However, when a parent is doing something around a child, it itself is the proper motivation. The child wants to be with the parent and sharing the attention with the parent. So if there isn't that attention or exposure from the parent, then the iPad or the technology would win light years ahead, right? If the parent is not around, drawing, tasting good food, yelling, singing, dancing around, it's tough, right? The internet going every time the land calls. I was the only one that still knew how to use a landline. That's a good question. We don't have a land. It's been like so long since we used a landline. Yeah, so ask your sister to give more attention to kids. Yes, yes. It may not always be possible. So and I don't want to make it sound like it's quantity. We're talking about quality of attention. Like when you have the rare moment, like she could be Loki's sister could be a very busy person. So planning and spending time eliciting quality attention can help navigate the lack of time, right? Whenever you hang out with your child, perhaps do something that you haven't decided to do in a long time. Learn a new language. Sorry, that's a plug. Like learning a language is wild, right? Or draw a picture when you have that limited amount of time with your child, right? We have to be realistic that more attention may likely be less possible than quote unquote better attention. Sometimes yelling at your child over and over again could be more attention, but may not necessarily be quality attention. That's right. Yelling and micromanaging is the opposite. One of the other sides of the coin, where you have a child being micromanaged completely by their parents because they gave them a lot of attention. Anyways, yeah. Corollary stuff. Not a childhood behavioral psychologist. Although that stuff is really well known and really, it's like part of psychology class most of the time. The childhood development psychology. 先生は私の息子に日本語を教えてくれています。Who needs attention anyway? Sometimes sometimes a little attention, even for the loner adults, can really brighten up their day, you know? Is teaching. Here's a deep cut. Like, this is gonna be rhetoric. It's an observation, right? I cannot tell you how obvious and how saddening a bit whenever you have a almost young adult, maybe between the ages of 14. This is a blessing. I'm gonna say older than 13, but less than 18, because when you go on these platforms, you know, where you encounter YouTubers and Twitch, we're gonna say, I hope they're 13 plus, right? Because that's kind of part of the TOS, or with a guardian. They're between the ages of 13 and 18. Whenever they go out of their way to say something incredibly obtrusive, but it comes out as incredibly offensive and detached, I no longer see it as a way, as a person, as a youngster trying to trigger someone, but more asking for attention. So that type of attention it saddens me, because that person decided, of all the ways to gain attention, they decided to like hop into someone's stream and yell a racial slur, get banned, and then they're somewhat satisfied with their thing. Or like they come on and say no one cares, and then that's enough for them for the day. So not only does that tell me that it's unfortunate that they want someone else to feel the same way they do, as in they feel like no one cares about them, in my opinion, because what else could you have said to a stranger other than writing "no one cares" in all caps 4 times in a row as fast as possible before you get banned? You start wondering, how did pretty much a 13-year-old or 14-year-old get to that state where that is what they choose to do. That is the thing that they decided, hey, there's a stranger. How do I get that stranger to notice me? Oh, I know. I'll spam something as inane as possible only to get myself banned so that stranger don't even acknowledge you and desensitizes you to that. Oh yeah, it happens all the time, Cozy. Well, it doesn't happen all the time. It happens very frequently. Yeah, just say hi. Like, how are you? How are you doing? Like, are you doing okay? Like, do you want to tell me a story? Right? Like, unfortunately, hear me out here. Unfortunately, the popular stuff to do, you get buried in it. You have to be that extreme in order to get noticed these days, right? We're not talking about kids who are also not being able to see trendy stuff. The way algorithm works is you see trendy stuff first, right? So the normalization is, okay, I want to be trendy. I want to be noticeable. So then you gravitate towards people who are very noticeable, who are very well known, right? The problem with that is then you realize you're a small fish in a large pond, right? And then with a giant overseer. So how do you get their attention? How do you get their attention? Well, you have to do something extraordinary or extreme to get the attention of someone, a singular person who needs to pay attention, who's trying to pay attention or cater to 100,000 plus people or what have you, right? And that becomes the norm. So I don't necessarily see that as a offensive thing, but more like I start to wonder if it's more of a normalized behavior to get someone's attention. So now there are softer versions of this that is masked by intellectual response. I'll give you another example, Cozy, which is not as extreme. The example that I have, it's quite extreme to that. Like it sounds quite extreme, but it's quite normal to me anyways. Here's a more tamed version that's kind of masked in the situation. Someone comes online and their first remark is, you do know you're doing it wrong, right? And then you say, oh, so what am I doing wrong? May you explain that? And he's like, well, it's this and this and this. You're welcome. I'm like, well, I haven't said if I needed help. May I ask what motivates you to want to correct me? Or maybe can you tell me what is your motivation? Like, what do you think I'm gaining from this? Like, I'm not entirely sure if I solicited the advice or not. And eventually that person's like, whoa, just chill out. I was just trying to help. I'm trying to be a nice guy, a kind guy. And that would be, you might be thinking it's a reasonable response. That's great and whatnot. And I still think that is not my social norm that I would, in my opinion, have conversations, right? You insinuate something, then you pedantically explain something, and then you fail to explain why you did it. It's the last part that I'm worried about. The last part. Because if someone is not aware of what they motivate themselves to do, then that's, to me, is a lack of self-awareness. And without a sense of self-awareness, how do you know if the intent is malicious, they're upset, they're dependent, they want to hurt someone, they don't want to hurt someone? When you say you're just being nice, are you being nice? Like, do you know if the stranger feels like you're being kind or not? Like, and that's how I genuinely feel often concerned about what being stuck to YouTube and like iPads and stuff, the programming on the iPad ends up. There's a lack of self-awareness. As in, like, sometimes I ask nowadays I'm asking like 27-year-olds and 28-year-olds, like, do you know what makes you happy? Like, can you tell me something about your hobby? Like, you know, can you describe what is it about your hobby that makes you happy? And they're like, it helps me pass the time. Well, I hope it's that and more. But generally speaking, more like doing things that other people are doing, but not necessarily asking themselves, in my honest opinion, one of the more important questions. What motivates you? And, the ups and downs and why you're doing the things you're doing. And kids can be conditioned to believe anything because they don't have any prior experiences yet to identify or create an identity yet. 6 years old is quite something. I like to believe that most kids identify closely more to their parents than anything. And if their parents are healthy, exploratory adults, then their child, again, correlation through meta-analyses and self-selected surveys, kids that have healthy parents, like the parents themselves are healthy, tend to end up also being healthy growing up. So if the parent is really, really busy and every time they have free time and they're looking at their iPads or their phones, it would not be necessarily just a coincidence, but it still can be seen as a coincidence that their child also takes up that habit, right? So I'm not saying this in a bad way. I'm saying this, you're a parent, so go explore. Go discover your younger self. Go paint something. Your child will probably end up wanting to paint with you, right? If your child ends up picking up a musical instrument and they really want to play it, join them. Form a a parent-child band or something until their phase goes by, and then join them in something else. Isn't that, like, in my opinion, that's one of the most precious experience you can have as a parent, being able to share experiences and time with your child, and then also being able to do things together, right? At least in my opinion. Again, I've never been a parent, so I would say that I'd probably be attached to the hip with my child. You cue all the funny bits, back in the day when it was embarrassing to have your child or like your parent around because they embarrass you. I kid you not. Nowadays, the image is kids wanting their parents to be around. It was at some point, maybe like 2 or 3 years ago, when people start talking about, where are my parents? Or why are my parents not as engaging as my iPad? Whenever that trend hit and I saw like depictions of this, I'm like, man, the times have changed. Like, it has changed quite a bit. You see like viral videos getting tagged when a kid says, someone's parent comes to like show and tell or something to talk about their profession and stuff, and you hear like 4 or 5 kids in the back like, I wish I had a father like you. Like, that stuff really blows my mind. It makes me very disappointed, but at the same time also concerned about the interactions nowadays. And yeah, technology is part of the equation. It's making life very convenient, for better or for worse. We talked about this yesterday. Baker and I talked about this, and technology has made a lot of things convenient, and that convenience also comes with the price of lack of interpersonal interactions. You don't need to keep your child occupied if a piece of plastic with electricity and a wave receiver can occupy your child for you, right? And feels bad, man. Konnichiwa, by the way, Baker. I can only stay for a short while, but how are you doing? That's where the work question is. I'm doing pretty well. We're just talking about things. The answer in this question basically goes, I My son bicycle bought. Oh, yes. That is what this would say, yeah. In English, yes. In English with Japanese grammar. Yep. What you call it? We'll see how the future installs. I thought when I saw it was couple clips. When I saw that, it really caused me to bleed, my heart to bleed when. And if you're thinking, nah, Maku, you're just shooting the crap. There's no way that's a habit. It is a natural compliment. And I was at the receiving end of this compliment, and obviously I was very somewhat uncomfortable. The idea that if you have a youngster and you're leaving an impression on them, you give them attention, right? You talk to them, you try to get them to be interested in their lives. It's not very uncommon to get compliments where the younger person would say, why don't I have an adult like you in my life? Now, those are not exactly that the words they use. I'm more uncomfortable with the terminology that they used, but my first thought was, I really hope, I take it as a compliment. It's like, thank you for the compliment, but I really hope you don't mean that, because you have a father, and hopefully a father and a mother who does all those things already, right? Because that is very, very concerning if a younger person can easily say that. Like, oh, my parents are not like you. It's like, I hope I'm not like your parents. Your parents are special. Like, they should be able to do all these things as well. Like, where is your father and your mother in this equation? If you're getting so much satisfaction from interacting with a stranger online, what about your parents? Your parents can provide all of that and more, consistently more. Well, you want to hope, ideally you're hoping that the parents can do that, as opposed to a random stranger online, right? Or like an influencer who may not necessarily know that you exist, right? There's not going to be a chance of interaction when more advanced AI comes out. We'll see. It's up to the regulators, right? The adults who are behind the technology. That had the type of comment that you're making has been also true when video games came out, and then smartphones came out, and then so it'll be interesting to see what the pushback is, and then when the line is being crossed. I really do genuinely feel so bittersweet when someone says something like, man, I can talk to you, I can talk to you forever. And my first thought was, do you talk like this with your friends or your family? People who by default will be more engaging than me, right? So that is what I think about every time. I take it as a compliment, like, thank you, it's been great, like, it's been socializing. But we're talking about kids here. We're not talking about like a 60-year-old, like an adult who voluntarily choose to get online and say, nah, you know what, let's just chat a little bit online. That's different. A child saying that legitimately makes me feel like there's no other source of interaction, right? The chances, the older you get, the chances are, no, this is something that, oh, that's pretty chill, we're exchanging things. But when like a 14 or 15-year-old says they hate school, they have no friends, they hate themselves, and they have low self-esteem, and then suddenly they're talking to you and it's like, you're the coolest person I've ever talked to. It's like, well, I hope that's not the case. I hope you have a lot of cool people around you. Your parents, your friends. I really hope those people are just as cool, because online people, I could disappear the next day, and the last thing I want is a child like doing something very reckless and then causing harm to both me and the child, right? That can really much happen. And there are quite a lot of stories that I've been watching a channel about mishaps between online influencers and their community and stuff. So I'm a little bit on that was the story I was preparing about the relationship, how yes, those are extraordinary cases. However, there's all these fine lines in between. Lots of emotional damage can build over time, or emotional dependency, which creates emotional vulnerabilities. It's not damage until it is triggered, but as one grows up and becomes older and whatnot, the amount of emotional vulnerabilities will make it possible to trigger that adult later, right? And then when you have a bigger person who is emotionally vulnerable, that's when trouble happens, right? Now they're not a 14 to 18-year-old who has a guardian looking out for them. Now we're talking about young adults who can quite literally drive a car and hunt you down, right? So I know this sounds very scary. Thank goodness this doesn't happen like extraordinarily frequently. My thought about this is this stuff is rising, and it is a concern that one can get ahead of, like as a society, right? As a society, multiple societies interacting, that's something that can get ahead of. Which, by the way, I think 2 different countries are doing just that on a government level. So I'm kind of curious. I'm following them, kind of curious how it's going to work out. One of them happens to be Australia. So on how to carve and try to encourage diversification of social dependency, right? It is one approach. Basically remove access to a very dominant stimuli at a younger age so that there's a chance for exploration, right? Like to kind of sort of increase exploration, or to encourage and not even carve adult convenience. Like if you can think about it, you're really busy, you're really tired, you work like 3 jobs a day. The last thing you're able to do is probably start drawing and entertaining your child. I know how that sounds. The human can only do so much, right? Physically and mentally. So it can get to that point even with the kindest intentions, right? You can't stop yourself from falling asleep or being too exhausted to dance and have fun with your child. So we're not gonna point fingers here and whatnot. The idea is, well, it's no longer convenient to do that. Now the question is, how are the countries going to enforce that regulation? We're talking about a ban on social platforms before a certain age. So 1 or 2 countries have enacted bills to do that. So it's gonna be, I'm very curious what will become of it. Would it just get buried into obscurity because it's incredibly difficult to enforce? It's more like a general ban on exposure, social exposure. I'm not sure of the specifications, like the very specific, but you can look at Australia's policy. I'm not sure yet how that's going out, but they passed a social media ban for children under 16, and I don't know what constitutes as social media. I didn't look into like the bylaws or something. I'm not a law person or a policy person, but you would have to figure out what constitutes as social media, and then like technology, what technology constitutes as access points to social media. So the policy should be more strict for sure. More specific, I would say. Yes. The policy should reel it in, dial it in, figure out all the things. It probably is. I did not read it. I did not read the bill that was passed by Australia's government. So how they're going to enforce it is what I'm very curious about. Like, how do you enforce something like that? Raise the age? It's difficult to know due to like the chicken or the egg issue, where the age is only apparent after we've seen the effects, right? So we don't know if limiting it to like 13 or 14 suddenly makes all the rest of the age okay, or vice versa, because it's a cause and effect order of operation thing. We know that it has an effect up to a certain age now after the fact, right? Yeah, and Twitch is age 13 with a parent or guardian. So is YouTube, I'm pretty sure. So oftentimes the joke and the meme or the joke is any child is 14. They would say like they're 14 to give that one age gap for 13 to sign on for an account. That doesn't limit them to using social media, right? Anyways, yeah, and Facebook has faced that charge before. Facebook is one of the leading targets on how to regulate that. Yeah, it's interesting. Obviously, I'm not a policy. I'm not a it doesn't even have to be a fake email. It can be any email. They can generate an email. They can have like 3 or 4 real emails to I imagine even emails have 13 or older TOS, but you can generate an email without providing your date of birth or age or any type of certified selection factor. And hear me out here. We also have to think about the audience that use emails. If you make signing up for emails incredibly difficult, then it would make you less competitive as a product. Yeah, and you don't need an account to watch, yes. So the idea is, hear me out, right? Australia is enacting a bill. However, technology could be used to regulate the access points. So nowadays, there's a different approach. There's another different approach where there's a market for people to be able to make the convenience for parents to be able to oversee their technology and accessibility. So now you could actually make the iPad less engaging. You see what I'm doing there? Like, so soon it might not be the act of having the iPad. The iPad could be like, oh, I can only do these things for so long because my parents can just look at their phone and they would know exactly. Now, there's privacy concerns and ethics and whatnot, but the idea is you can make technology very convenient in a different way, a convenient way to interact with your children, for example. Like, here's my cute little thought. Obviously there's a lot of problems with this, but it's a cute little image where and when you watch like 10 minutes of YouTube, suddenly your parent's face shows up with a pre-recorded message. It's like, hey, are you hungry? Do you want to say hi? But it would be like, it would be leveraging the recognition of your parents being involved, right? Like, for example, your parents, the phone could say like, hey, have you recorded a new TikTok short for your kids yet? For example, like, it's a reminder that, okay, your kids like to interact with TikTok shorts or like shorts, but this is more of a private thing, like a different type of program, like a program between families, where like a family member is like, hey, can you record a short message for your kids in case you don't see them in the morning, right? Then the kid will get those messages, right? Like reminders of, hey, have you asked your kids how school was today? So there are a lot of ways to conveniently, like, to increase the convenience, to encourage parents to be present in their kids' lives, not prohibition, not like a form of prohibition or removal of a stimuli. Oftentimes, historically, that usually ends up being repressive, suppressive, and oppressive, and to a point where rebellion, rebellious consequences may occur, more likely occur. I think iPads and stuff have a mode for kids to lock things out. Yeah, see, the locking things out, you can jailbreak and backdoor and whatnot. It does make kids more craftier in circumventing things, but they would be using that craft to seek bypassing things, which can be channeled in a way, but yeah. I don't have kids, obviously, grain of salt. However, I can imagine ways where technology can be used to encourage and bring family together. At the moment, I feel like technology is, yes, it's unintentionally splintering the family dynamics. It can very much as well bring them together. Cue the story of how a child and his father are the best of friends because they play Rust together, at least an hour a day. They literally make time for each other. They're like, hey, Dad, it's that time again. Let's hop on Rust. And they spend an hour together every single day. I don't even know if it's an hour. It's like every day they played Rust. They played like over 3,000 days. It was a really wholesome story, right? So technology can bring family together, not just take them apart. However, I don't think that's in the money until now. I think there's a high incentive, a market. So because, in my opinion, that there might be a market growing, a couple of tech companies are interested. It might pick up in response to the whole advanced AI taking control of your kids and whatnot. It might. I'm just saying, I'm sharing some of the cool little innovations. Parents, not so great parents or unprepared parents may end up being more prepared because technology exists for that. So at the other end of the spectrum, you can have people who are overwhelmed become less overwhelmed in a constructive way. So technology can be done with that. Downside right now, I guess for now, the trend is there's really not an incentive. There if you can't see the problem, right? If you don't think there's a problem, or you can't see the problem, or not a lot of people think it's a problem yet, then generally there's not an incentive for large societies to address the problem. It's a unfortunate thing when it comes to limited resources. It's kind of like, do you want to invest millions of dollars in solving how to remove splinters, because splinters are mean, or invest that same amount of money in solving leukemia, right? And that's how I feel about the kids situation with technology. Is it a big enough problem that constitutes address? And I think we're at a tipping point, or like the general internet space is at a tipping point soon, where it has become a large enough problem, and one is gonna hope it's quote unquote not too late, right? Although time will tell. It's a sad phrase, but time will tell in this case. Yeah. Let's see.
息子、
息子、
私、
ね、
は、
私は息子に自動車、
自転車、
oh my god. Sorry. 自転車。自転車
買ってお
買ってお bought for his child. Oh, wait.
やった
Yeah, this is fine. 私は息子に Where's it the other one? やった There's no あげ
お
I think this is fine. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, we gotta keep on track a wee bit more today. Largely because my sleep is I'm in another 3 or 4 hours my stamina is gonna run out.
あなた
Anata and we have new vocab day in Chinese today. That's gonna go along. Anata ne? So あなたを探っているの was いましたそうあなたを
探し
oh wait
探し
oh I conjugated that incorrectly 探す yeah 探していましたかいました Sorry, I was thinking of a question. Read a book to the children. 子供たち子供に絵本を読んでやった Read a book 読んでやったいや
子供
に絵本 or 本を読んでやった Okay. This is the book I was looking for. Past or present? The yatta was past. This is the book I was looking for.
私
Wait. Yeah, 私はこの本これ Wait. Whoa. Hold up. No. We'll just use watashi as the implied. So これは本が探して
いた
Yeah, I read. I said I read the past tense. I know what you're pointing out, that read and read are written the same, past or present. I think I said I read. At least I think. If I said I read, then my bad. And then lead and led are wonderful too. The great glories of heckin' English, right? The wonderful aspects of English, past or present. And you might be thinking, oh, but these are homophones, or like they're homonyms and stuff. It's like, well, yeah, kind of. They're like homonyms. We have lead and led and read and read as past or present, and they're written the same way. One that I had a problem personally, here's an example of my personal thing about past and present. And yeah, past and present is says, said, say, or says, said, say. It's mainly because of like this, and then you have this. I'm like, that used to be a problematic, but largely due to the nature that when you're writing something, when you're writing like creative writing, that's usually the time that you would use says, said, and say. Because you're doing dialogue, you're like, oh, that boy said, she say, that kind of thing. This is the book I was looking for. So something is odd here. So this is right. これは本が私
Da.
Maybe I put da here because this is the book. That's it. This is the book, right? これは本だ. And then
私
I was looking for. Maybe 私が探していた. I don't know. Go with it. これは私が Oh, I see. これは私が探していたHonda. Okay, so Honda goes at the end. I see. So I have to move Honda to the end. Okay. Alright. I guess I was thinking more like in Chinese than I was thinking in Japanese there. My bad. これは
本
Whoops.
本私
これは私が私がね No.
私本
Oh no, I'm doing it again. 私が探していた本だ. Oh, that one's a little. Alright. We definitely need more practice.
この本は授業に必要です。この本は
授業ね
授業
に本です。Oh no. Wait.
本
授業には
この本は授業に必要です。
授業に必要です。
です。
I need this book for class. For the class. Hitsuyo. What the heck are you?
信用
Shinyo.
必要
Do you ever do the I don't know if you guys do this, but do you ever do the like the ear thing even though like you're wearing earphones? Or like I do the ear thing all the time. Even though like it doesn't matter which way my head is facing. It's not like I'm so like I have this like this is the source of the sound, right? In front of me is the source of the sound, so I would still turn my head. I'm like, okay. Because I wanted to look away at the same time, but it really doesn't have anything to do with it. It's still stuck in my ear, so the volume is still the same. I do that quite a lot. An old habit. You do it? I chuckle whenever I see someone else do it. I'm like, oh yeah, that's me right there.
すごく嬉しい。
すごく嬉しい。ね？嬉しい。
すごく嬉しい。
嬉しい。Oh. Wait. 嬉しい is happy. すごく嬉しい incredibly happy. I'm so happy. You don't realize it? I think it's really funny. It's one of those like human responses. Like, wait, what did you say? And then you're like turning your head and I'm like, wait a minute. Hold up. I think I'm wearing earbuds right now. That's boomer right there. That's pre-technology. That's pre-technology reflex right there. When you still have muscular reflexes that don't coincide with technology now. Like I still do that on like when I'm walking out. If I'm like on a bus commute, I typically have a transparent mode on with my earbuds in, like my Bluetooth and stuff, right? My Bluetooth buds and whatnot. So it would be when someone's like talking to me, it's like, wait. What was that again? Or like sometimes I would even do, here's even crazier. Transparency mode is really good now on headphones. I would take out my earbuds. And I'm like, oh, say that again. As though I couldn't hear them any clearer when the earbuds were in. The thing about transparency mode is it might actually even be louder in the technology. Like if you have earbuds with transparency, you can even amplify or even denoise the person talking to you. Yet it doesn't stop me from doing the motion as well, where I would take out one of my buds and I was like, oh, can you say that again? And I'm like, wait a minute. Like I just made it harder to hear what that person was saying. That's also like the neck sleep. So back in the day, before earbuds were wireless and stuff, you would do like the head tilt or like thing. Now you like you don't even do the earphone removal anymore if you're like on the current up and up technology, right? It's remarkable. It's incredibly remarkable how well if you're wondering what a use case is, like say on a bus, right? I don't know how often people take public transportation nowadays, or on a subway, and two people have their earbuds, right? You know, they're doing their smartphone thing, trying to keep up. But when you're talking, you can actually amplify the proximity of the person that you're talking to. So even on like a really loud everything, you can probably hear your proximity person. The closest proximity. And also like in concerts and stuff, when you have ear protection, you can actually use ear protection to moderate how much of the sound gets to you, and also still possibly be able to talk to the person next to you without destroying your vocal cords. Which that's why I'm talking about this technology, because one of the things that happen so often when I'm in a loud place, and I'm usually in a really quiet place, like I think 99% of the time, the loudest thing is hearing my parents walk around the house, right? And when you get to a loud place, immediately like you leave like a concert or something, and suddenly you're like, why does my throat feel like a 30 grit sandpaper all of a sudden? It's largely due to Like you talk in the volume that's necessary to talk to the other person, and oftentimes you underestimate, or at least I tend to underestimate, how loud one is talking. When I'm at a nightclub, I can't hear people talking to. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, it's like a hearing aid. Interestingly enough, that technology was adapted from hearing aids to some extent. That's a great point. Actually, some of the people who made hearing aids, like I think Sonos, maybe. I'm not sure how successful they were. Their ideas in adapting hearing aid technology to modern tech, like to consumer tech, is a phenomenal idea. I don't think their marketing worked though. However, it was picked up by other things. Also, for example, here's a little personal anecdote of mine. When you're traveling and you have to like stay in a hotel room or stay in a different place, oftentimes I tend to bring, out of convenience so that I don't interrupt anyone, I tend to bring like different forms of earplugs, like different ways to regulate. You can have plastic like acoustic earplugs, or you can have silicone earplugs just in case like someone snores or there's a unnatural sound that may disturb your sleep, so you don't want to be a bother, right? So I carry these little things like in a little container like this, right? And now there are silicone earbuds in which they are designed specifically to stay in your ear when you're like tossing around and sleeping on your side, and they are used in a way to promote sleep. So you can use lighter noise isolation while also masking a lot of the sounds that might be alien to you, that might disturb your sleep, with your smartphone device. So then you can carry those things around. And that it's crazy how a little change in like occurrences and nuances have evolved smaller conveniences in your life. Like for example, the reason why my Bluetooth earbuds were a thing, the transparency mode, is because when I was in university, earbuds did not have a sufficient enough transparency mode. So when you're walking the streets and stuff, you often hear students getting close calls on not being able to perceive the noise and the environment around them while they're walking and listening to stuff, right? So that technology has made it very accessible, and it's available in the most quote unquote popular devices now. So inherently, when you're buying it, buying like your popular devices, you effectively get that feature as a standard now, right? Remarkable little nuances to technology that you can take advantage of, and that's kind of what I did back in the day. I wore these like acoustic earbuds, earplugs. So they kind of look like this type of shape, like a cone shape, where there's a tube in them that causes pass through. So what happens when you wear them is that you can actually hear the clarity, the profile. I actually prefer it that way. So like certain high notes and stuff gets suppressed, and then you can hear the music more clearly. In like, it's a much more balanced sound when it gets to your ear. And in concerts with big speakers and stuff, it can be incredibly muddled and stuff, right? You play music at night on your speaker on your nightstand. I see. You don't like in-ear earphones because you get an infection from them, and also they don't sit well in your ear. That's unfortunate that you get infections. That's usually not because of the earphones, but what the earphones have come in contact with. And sitting in ear is not an issue anymore because most things are using compressed. Most tips are now compressed silicon. So unless somehow you contracted a bacteria that somehow lives on silicon, which would be astonishing, it usually is a non-issue as long as you invest in like compressed foam, right? And losing in bed thing, oh yeah, that is a thing. Big losing in bed. It's still a difficult time. The newer like designs where they use silicone and compressed foam to prevent like the jostling of sometimes it's working all right, but yeah, if you're like a vigorous sleeper, there is a habit of losing your earbuds. When I am traveling, I would buy those like 10-cent compressed foam things, like 10 to 50-cent compressed foam things, and just stick it in there. And if I lose them, I lose them. You buy like 100 at a time. They come in tubs of 100. Like just you can't buy one. You can buy quality ones, but there's also a chance of.
手紙をもらうのが大好きです。
手紙をもらうのが大好きです。I love receiving letters, or I love getting letters.
明日の朝7時に起こしてください。
明
日
ね？
明日の朝7時に起こしてください。明日の朝7時に起こしてください。明日の朝7時に起こしてください。
明日の
朝。
明日の朝。Okay. 明日の朝7時に something ください。meet? Wake up? Probably wake up. What is that? 7 in the morning?
明日の朝7時に起こしてください。
Yeah, 起こして
ください。
Please wake me up at 7 in the morning. Tomorrow, please wake me up at 7 tomorrow morning. I didn't realize you could do it this way.
明日の朝7時に起こしてください。
Please wake me up at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning.
水が欲しいんだけど。
水が欲しいんだけど。Okay, so I gotta pay attention from here on out to distinguishing it at the end. So, 水が欲しいんだけど。
欲しいんだけど。
Maybe it's like the combination of 欲しいだけど, like 欲しい next to けど.
コーヒーが欲しいんだけど。
コーヒーが欲しいんだけど。
欲しい。だけど。
So I think I'm gonna write a note to myself about that. 欲しいんだけど。必要。珍しい。発音探す。君。
この言葉の発音は難しいです。この言葉は
発音 この言葉、はい、この言葉の発音は難しいです。
難しいです。
It's kind of weird. Also, I don't know if that's an American thing either, but yeah, it's a very I was gonna make a joke. It's a very foreigner thing to think that that's an American thing. That might be a regional thing, but I think that goes back with the idea that there's this misconception that one area of the United States represents every area of the United States. Yeah, thin walls. There are times when there are brick walls, lots and lots of brick walls. There's this stereotype about shoddy construction and whatnot. It kind of perpetuates that whole idea about cheap construction in the United States, when that is a very very regional generality.
珍しい
We have to not forget that one of the highest per capita is in the United States, and that per capita translates to the quality of the house or the home. I still agree with I think Baker about how disinteresting the pragmatic design of American architecture is, but you have thick walls in your house? That's great. That sounds fantastic. Hitsuyo. Hitsuyo. Do less privileged people in your country have thinner walls? Hatsuon. Like when you said it must be American thing to have thin walls, the regional stereotype comes from the idea that things are shoddily constructed, but since the United States is perpetuated on capitalism, thin walls come with the idea of lower socioeconomic status, like less privileged people. So their domiciles and residents have thin walls. So my earnest question is, do less privileged people in your country have thin walls, or tend to have more likely higher frequency of thin walls than thick walls? It's wonderful to be privileged to have thick walls, but it is another thing to think that another country doesn't have a spectrum of construction quality. The whole thin wall thing comes from the idea that people's places are of lower construction quality, which does happen in the United States. You live here in the United States, so then that's probably where that stereotype comes from. This word's pronunciation is very difficult.
この
Does narrow down where a regional place though.
この
この言葉の very difficult. Are we using すごく?
すごく
Oh,
すごく
発音
発音
発音はすごく難しい
です。
母に毎朝起こしてもらいます。
母に毎朝起こしてもらいます。Oh yeah, this one. So so the speaker, something is being done to the speaker as opposed to for the speaker. So oh, up. Okay. I love getting letters. Okay.
手紙
手紙を get
もらう
もらうのが大好きです。
です。
姉はお茶が好きだけど、私はコーヒーが好きだ。
I can definitely relate to the whole thin walls thing when my family shared a wall, or having a low income, being in a low income place where you share walls. When I was living alone in a upper, I guess a more affluent place, the apartment buildings, the walls are solid. The apartment buildings are kind of, they're kind of more like a prison. They feel more like dormitory buildings. They're converted large like brick buildings or apartment complexes. The rent was not cheap though. If you had your own place, you had music or whatever on speaker a lot more. Yeah, I can see that. Imoto. 妹はお茶が好きだけど How's that working? 好きだけど Oh, now it's like but It's kind of different from this kiddo. Ah! Sorry. I hit like a bunch of accidentally held control. And it opened up a different tab. Okay. Quick question. I know you're probably gotten it like 100 times, but why Duolingo? Why wouldn't like Anki be more efficient? I mean, Anki would be more efficient. Yeah. I chose Duolingo because it wasn't more efficient. That's a very cryptic message, but I chose the way to learn in a way that teaches me how to learn differently. So the reason why I'm interested in learning is that Japanese is a byproduct of learning. So you could say in a way it's more of a challenge to engage oneself. So it's more engaging to learn something, to learn about learning in the process. So if you're constantly learning the way you think you learn the best or the most efficient, which Anki, I do learn by that type of method very often, you are less engaged and invested in your own learning. So The longer answer is that I already do all that Anki does while using Duolingo, so I don't necessarily have to use Anki to remind me. It would be a very convenient thing if you don't know how to do what Anki does for you. So I'm fairly confident in understanding what Anki does would do for me. So I guess the long story short is I chose Duolingo because there's a community for Duolingo. There isn't a community for Anki. Now you might be thinking, well, of course there's an Anki community. Yeah, but Anki community you don't see people chatting about memes and talking about culture and being in the presence of things. And also Anki has people who talk about Duolingo, people talk about Duolingo. Anki, people talk at people about Anki. Like, for example, your question here asked me something conversational about Duolingo. However, you use Anki as a matter of fact. So I have really little to say about Anki. It's probably more efficient. And I probably agree with you even without using it. And that's the end of the discussion for Anki. Wow. And I can spend hours and hours talking about why Duolingo. Because people actively talk about Duolingo. They don't talk about Anki. That's probably one of the major motivations. If I was studying alone, yeah, if I was studying, like, not streaming it and stuff, Anki might be something. If you're wondering if that is true or not, you can go to an Anki stream and see what it's like, right? I think there are a couple people who use Anki on stream. Their personalities are very different from me. I think for me, I watched the founder of Duolingo give interviews and talks a lot, and it inspired me. Like, I quite like the story behind Duolingo. There's a lot of passion and spirit behind Duolingo. Anki, being more efficient, is great if your goal is to learn Japanese very quickly, right? Using Duolingo, well, the question lies in what is my goal? And my goal is to explore and connect with language learners. It's not becoming fluent as fast as possible in Japanese or acquiring kanji as fast as possible. So that's probably one of the things. And if I can make time, I can use both. There's no reason to not use both. Yeah. That's probably the longest version of the answer. It's fun using Duolingo. Anki, not so much. You are correct. You are correct. You probably got asked 100 times. It hasn't quite been 100 times. It's getting there. It's getting close to 100 times, and it's worded in that way too. It's like, why don't you use something better? I'm like, better for what? Like, well, better to learn Japanese quicker. I'm like, okay. So I'm very, very grateful that you asked me why before you suggested something, because that gives me the opportunity to explain why it's fun to use Duolingo as opposed to Anki. I think if you're really, really into learning Japanese, Anki is a great way to start. Actually, would recommend a lot of other things too, or like through other people's suggestions. I haven't used them yet. Like italki was a service yesterday. It's been raised a couple of times. There's also Wanikani as well, and textbooks. There's a bunch of textbooks, graded readers, right? Vloggers, easy listening, comprehensible inputs, vlogs. Quite a lot of resources out there. Thank you for asking, Apu. May I ask how you are learning Japanese? I'm guessing how you are learning Japanese. Sorry, I know you said quick question. I don't want to keep you, but may I ask what your approach is? Set up a few speakers near the ceiling throughout the house. Oh, you want that you want that all-inclusive sound, so I don't need to bring the speaker with you. Connect up, the speaker has one, yeah. Synchronize on. You just have subwoofers in your office, and if I put it all in full, I could hear it at the other side of your house. I tried it one time and all the books on a shelf fell due to the vibration. Loki. You madman. Okay. 息子はお茶が好きだ。好きだけど、私はコーヒーが好きだ。Huh. Let's see. Oops, not my sister, but oh, Imoto. Yeah, my little sister. Oh no, it's not. It's Ane. Sorry, Ane. My bad. I was thinking something else. Ane. Ane wa naga suki. Ida. Ida kedo. 私は I like coffee. Oh, green tea and likes. I totally skipped likes. I need you. Oh, do you? Wait, need in which way?
あなた。私は。
私はあなたに。What are my options here? It's how about hitsuyo desu ka? That doesn't work. Oh, right. You could just put ga here, huh? Anata watashi. Oh, I see. So the need comes from. Oh, okay, fair enough. Let's see. That woke me up. So, did I have a problem with this one? I feel like I had a problem. Mayasa.
父。
父。Oh, wait.
父。
Yes.
私。
私を起こしてね。起こして woke me up. 起こして
起こし。
Oops.
起こさない。
起こしてあ
します。
Where do I throw in my father? I guess.
父が
Could be the other way around, like.
父がくれた
Kureta. Oh, I have too many.
て
Oh, wait.
てします。
Yeah, you mean when you first started Anki, it was boring as heck, so you bought. Oh, Migaku. I'm not familiar with Migaku Omine. Oh, Migaku to mine your own. Sorry, I was reading it really weird. Migaku to Migaku to mine your own sentence and cards, and that honestly made it more fun since I could choose what I wanted to learn instead of following the normal path. Apu, I'm glad you mentioned that. That is exactly how I described if someone asked me if I use Anki. So, while I sounded very dismissive about Anki, I'm not saying that I'm ruling out that I won't use Anki or could have used Anki. And the way that I would approach using Anki was exactly the way you're describing. I would do an activity that I am interested in. So in the future, I might use Anki because maybe I like the record keeping, the baseline thing. However, when it comes to flashcards or like some sort of memory technique, if one is not constructing and forming the associations and whatnot, it can get really boring because of less engagement, right? Now, you might be thinking, well, isn't that what Duolingo does? Well, Duolingo compensates motivation with other things, and I already described those things that Anki does not have. Duolingo has a community, Anki does not. Like, not in the sense of motivation and engagement that prioritize motivation and engagement. So, however, if I were to use Anki, the motivation and engagement would come from my own interest. So, in the future, I do plan on playing video games. Again, it's not like I stop playing video games. However, when I'm gonna play very specific video games that I've already planned and share, Anki might come back into play because I am constructing my own flashcards, my own references. Those are the ways to motivate myself to construct something of interest. In terms of Duolingo, the motivation and engagement comes from elsewhere. It's coming from the interest in how Duolingo is designed. So I'm using Duolingo to learn Japanese as a bonus and other things, but I'm very much more curious about how the community interacts with a product that has a predetermined curriculum, and then how I would go about adding to the curriculum myself. So actually, a third of the time to half of the time, it's actually doing something that Duolingo exposes me to, but not necessarily what Duolingo have me literally doing. So that's the engagement. It's really fun investing in what I need to gather or want to gather from this information. There are lots of Anki enthusiasts who would say, well, the first thing you do is you download 2000 kanji deck and then try to discover what's interesting to you. It's like, I totally understand that if you don't know what you're interested in. However, I am not a spry 18-year-old that it lacks understanding of what I'm interested in. So naturally, I am less receptive to the idea that if they're not doing something interesting that relates to my interest, downloading a blanketed 2000 kanji would be very detached and impersonal. And when someone asks, well, don't you want to know the 2000 kanji so you can pass JLPT 1 and 1? It's like, well, no, because I'm not interested in all the concepts that are in JLPT and 1. When I speak in my vocabulary, it's groomed and refined in a way that suits my use. I'm not here to master a language. I'm here to understand and use the language for self-expression. Self-expression does not necessarily include the comprehensive knowledge of an unadulterated, curated list of vocabulary words. So when someone tells me something weird and I don't understand what they're saying, it gives me the opportunity to ask them, why do you say it this way? And then teach me what this phrase means, because then I get to know the person through learning what the person used. So when someone tells me, I think it was the other Irish person, Cozy, has said, let's take a crack at it, or let's take a crack. And the crack stays with me because that's for chatting. So let's have a crack. Was it crack or was it something else? See, I remember these references largely due to the nature that they're rare and they're interesting. So, yeah, that's it. Exactly. So, we're on the same wavelength here to offset the boring and unengagement. And I would use Anki in a way that I would literally write flashcards. Yeah, the banter. Yeah. So kudos. Yeah. Boring pre-made decks because they're disinteresting to you. It's great to start if you have no idea what's interesting to you. For me, I chose to learn Japanese because I already have things that are interesting to me. I don't have to convince myself that Japanese is interesting, and I don't need anyone telling me how Japanese is interesting, right? So with that in mind, that's a very different perspective. Yeah. Hello there, Cortez. Tubers? Interesting. SV2. Yeah. Well said, by the way. Well said. Sorry to keep you, but I know quick questions, but they often lead to wonderful discussions. And ultimately, right, I hope all those people who go about their way of studying reach the satisfactory goal that they have. For myself, I can stop learning Japanese now. It's fine. Each day is its own reward. I get exposed, I learn something. It doesn't have to be comprehensive. Comprehensive is very great. It's interesting. It's an admirable goal. But any day is a great day to be learning something for myself. Like how to figure out what the heck is up with my phrasing on this. Let's just... Dang it! Comes first. Did I do this yesterday? I think I did this yesterday too. Yeah, I did this yesterday. I put the back here. Anyways, this book is necessary for class.
Kono.
Oh, this book. I said textbook. Are you a watch fan? As in, watch? Like wristwatches? Thank you, Papu. Wristwatches? Or watchmen? I'm kidding. That's a little bit of a stretch. I like looking at watches. I do not wear watches. I love the idea and the hobby of watchmaking and clockwork. Like analog watches. I love like the marvel, the enthusiast of, and pocket watches. Yes. Like the clockwork, like the gear work and stuff, the craftsmen of watches. I myself do not have I do not carry things. I'm a very hyper minimalist person when it comes to like carrying objects in my hand. I mean my wallet looks like this. So oftentimes I'm a very lightweight person. So carrying an excess pocket watch, while it looks really, really cool, like I really like the idea of pulling out a pocket watch, I have my smartphone with me, so it's a compromise. I used to have a pocket watch at some point, and I used to have a timepiece as well on my wrist. Granted, it made other activities that I do very inconvenient, so we decided not to go with the watch. I think my watch is somewhere. It's in like one of those cases, so like cases they come in with like foam padding and whatnot.
Hon.
この本は what makes you bring that up? Are you a fan of pocket watches, Loki? この本は必要ね necessary for class 授業に必要です
必要です
Well, you're sitting at my desk and I have watches on your wall and the ticking. Ooh. It's that soothing or unnerving? It's soothing. I imagine it's soothing. I like the ticking of clocks. It's very rhythmic. It's like kind of breathing and meditating and listening to your heartbeat. or your breath. I don't know if you do any form of meditation or not, but it is nice. Oh, Cozy doesn't like ticking.
私
Oh yeah, that's certainly a difference right there.
に
私にあなたがね、必要です。私にはあなたが必要です。毎朝父が暗記をやったことがある。Wait, why are you asking? Are you asking Yumeko? I feel like I'm having deja vu because I'm pretty sure you asked me that yesterday. Did you? Or did you not? I don't remember who asked me that. I'm pretty sure, Iris, you asked me that. So I'm guessing you might be asking Yumeko. There's maybe over 50 in your office, all ticking a watch. Oh, dang, 50. Are they synchronized? Dang. 毎朝父が私を起こしてくれた。No? Oh, I see. Imagine every second it's like all 50 like duh. Oh, that'd be interesting.
そんな高い車を買わなくてもいいです。
そんな高いね。
そんな高い車を買わなくてもいいです。
買わなくて。OK。
そんな高い車を買わなくてもいいです。高い車を買わなくていいです。
なくても。でも。It would scare you? Dang. そんな高い車を買わなくてもいいです。Paraphrase. You do not have to read difficult books. Okay. 難しい本を読まなくてもいいです。読まなくてもいいです。
そんな本は読まなくてもいいです。
The obnoxious loud ones. 6. There was a time in classrooms when I was in middle school and high school. The ticking made exams very, very difficult to take. Oh, hey, welcome back. Okaeri nasai, Baker-san.
そんな本は読まなくてもいいです。
そんなね。
そんな本は読まなくてもいいです。
そんな本は読なくてもいいです。読まなくてもいいです。
Anna.
Anna. Anna. Kabam. Anna. Oh, are you serious?
Fukuro.
Fukuro? All you're gonna do is fukuro? You're gonna just decide to use fukuro all of a sudden? Anna fukuro.
Wa.
Fukuro wa need. Oh, just think having a grandfather clock at 12 that allowed ding 2 times a day. What about a cuckoo clock? What about a cuckoo clock? You realize on Duolingo sometimes the translations are either slightly incorrect or improper? When did you realize that? I think slightly incorrect and improper ends up being under the generality of unnatural as opposed to grammatically incorrect or etc.
Iri.
いりません。
この手紙を書かなくてもいいです。この手紙
It does happen though. The whole incorrect thing. The improper part is unnatural.
この手紙を書かなくてもいいです。
この手紙おね。
この手紙を書かなくてもいいです。お。
この手紙を書かなくても
いいです。
Yeah, I think it's grammatically correct. The words are in the right order, but the words sometimes differ from the correct words, if that makes sense. Are you talking about the translations? To me, that's more of a limitation of the English. I don't think they're differ from. I don't think the translations are incorrect words. To be very frank, the correct words are words that you prefer in English. But when you see the translation, the words can explain the phrase, the interpretive phrase. It's kind of like when someone earlier today asked me if kanji ni anki o tsukata koto ga aru ends up being translated to have you ever used anki for kanji? Well, it's have you used anki for kanji, but have you ever used anki for kanji sounds really nice in English. But I don't think the ever part, the extent, is in there. So that can be construed as correct or incorrect. But as a translator, as a person who focuses on translating, right, someone who likes to be a translator, it can be seen as incorrect or correct. I don't often empathize with that, largely because when I read a sentence, it's interpreted to me in my head as opposed to like, so this letter O is a direct pointer to this letter, and then there's kaku, but kaku becomes kaka because of nakutemo, and then ii desu is modifying nakutemo, right? And then that would be like the literal, you would write the literal translation. However, all this is really saying is you don't need to write this letter. Did I think about if you didn't? Probably not. Like for me anyways. Yeah. It's understandable though, when you learn a target language, there are correct and incorrect ways of doing it. I totally get it. Oh, they said you do not have to write. You don't have to buy a coat like that.
あんな
Anna koto. Anna koto o kawanakute mo ii.
買わなくてもいいです。
あんな袋はいりません。
あんな服。
あんな
手袋服。
あんな袋はいりません。
ね？
あんな袋はいりません。
Yeah, kind of like when someone is learning English with you, sometimes they would say or skip out on words that English speakers would normally use, but we can usually understand that is trying to base on the way that, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Have you ever done the thing where, like, here's an example, right? I use this a lot. It's a fun example because my friends got used to it and they know that that's kind of what it boils down into. There's whenever, like, if my friends ever somehow end up visiting we're hosting and we would walk in and my parents would say something and I would say something in Fujianese. So we would talk for like 2 minutes and then my friend would look at me and say, oh, what did they say? It's like, oh, they said hi. What do you mean they just said hi? The first couple times would be like, what do you mean they just said hi? They said like 16 words. It's like, yeah, they're like, it's the ritual of saying hi. It's like, okay. Do you want to know what the literal meaning? Okay, so they asked if we have eaten yet. Are our stomachs full? How was your drive? And hopefully it was a pleasant one. Do you need to rest? And that translates to hi. How are you? Although I still explain it near the end, but the idea is initially the interpretation is like, oh, they're saying hi. And it is it does have that oh, but you're not being like diligent and stuff. It's like, yeah, it's kind of like saying bruh nowadays. Like you hear someone complain for 3 hours and then your only response is bruh. That's it. It just stops there. Like, what does that mean? And then you're trying to explain it to someone who doesn't speak English, I suppose. It's like, what do they mean by bruh? I'm like, well, let's see. So they could mean like 4 different things, but given the context, it's kind of like sheesh. Like, what does sheesh mean? It's kind of like mendosai. Mendokusai. That's probably the closest. Mendokusai. Like, okay. Like, but you know, we don't know for sure. We gotta ask the person if they're annoyed. They could be like taihen desu as opposed to mendokusai, right? So it's like, oh, okay, so both of them. It's like, all right, yeah, you can use both of them. That's what bruh means, and it's specifically bruh, not bruh or bruh. It's bruh, and I'm like, oh, okay, all right, that I'll go with that. Also, you spent all day speaking Japanese, so if your English is bad today, that is why? Nah, it's perfectly sufficient. But a lot of Japanese words doesn't have English meaning, so it can be difficult to translate. Yeah, it's the other way around too. So therefore, you interpret. The whole idea of the whole idea of language itself, like, it's not unique one way or the other. It's universal. Language in itself do not have direct and all-encompassing clairvoyance of human interaction. So when human interaction comes into play, interpretation by deductive reasoning is largely the most flexible way of going about it than unnecessarily trying to find direct translations. Sometimes you can feel people without knowing the translation. right? It's kind of like listening to a Japanese song and you're like, this must be conveying some sort of love right here. This sounds like it hurts here, that kind of thing, right? Yeah, of course. In both ways. There are no Japanese words to describe specific English meaning as well. Anna. Anna. What did they ended up using?
あんな袋はいりません。
Oh, Anna fukuro wa irimasen.
いります。
Yao. Yao. Yao and irimasen are the same meaning. It's the same character too. Yao. You now have to write this letter.
この手紙。
この手紙を書かなくてもいいです。
です。
図書館に行かなくてもいいですか？図書館？
図書館に行かなくてもいいですか？
今日は学校に行かなくてもいいです。
Quite a lot of Japanese words. Oh, wait, I read that already. Sorry. Occasionally I look over and something moved, but it's not like part of the text box. And so I automatically habitually this recent comment. Sometimes I don't say it out loud, but I do read the most recent comment at least 2 or 3 times every like 10 minutes. Shh. This will only be a secret between you and me. So if you happen to be the last comment, I always I process something every like 10 or so minutes. 今日は学校に行かなくてもいいです。Story time. One of your friends was reading your text. He's Japanese and he has white hair. Intriguing. I called him Akua-san. Ooh. Thing in the text, and he started questioning me and laughing. His laughing made me realize it was actually Shiroi. Yeah. Shiroi Kami-san. What did you actually said in the Hakuwa? What does Hakuhatsu-san? No. The other one. I know what you were intending to say, the Shiroi Kami. But what did Hakuhatsu-san mean? I know what you were going for, but Hakuhatsu, what does that mean? Interesting. He has white hair. I wonder who you're referring to. I have someone who I listen to someone who coincidentally have naturally whitish hair, which is interesting. Kyo wa gakkou ni ikanakute mo ii. You have to.
病院に行かなくてもいいです。病院
に行かなくても
いいです。
難しい本を読まなくてもいいです。
難しい本を読まなくてでもNo need to write. Huh. Although it's funny that your friend mentioned it. Mentioned how it was understandable, even with a drop of one Hana. There's one drop. That's funny. I was gonna say something like, man, how does it, how would it feel in English? Like, what is an analogy in English? And I'm like, boy, there are too many. That becomes like the meaning gets lost if you drop a letter. Largely because, you know, we're working with kana now, like a kana analog as opposed to like a kanji, a compressed kanji situation. I need to write a letter to her. It can be seen as a boon or, you know, an advantage or a disadvantage for people's preferences.
彼女に
彼女に手紙を書かなくてもね Wait. Yes. Oh, I already I'm like, where's Kaka?
なくです。
あんなコートを買わなくてもいいです。
あんなコートを買わなくてもいいです。Okay. Dang it! When I was dragging, it didn't drag properly. This is not true. Hmm.
そんなことないよ。
そんなことないよ。Quite sure how I know that. Write it as a side note.
これを借りてもいい？
あ、これを借りてもいい？May I borrow this?
そんなものは買わなくてもいいです。
そんなものは買わなくてもいいです。いや、そんなもの。Sorry for the late question, but hakuhatsu is similar in meaning. It means gray or discolored hair. Oh, interesting. So when you hack off when you use haku, it ends up being gray. Interesting. Instead of heiru. Yeah, instead of using hairu, sorry. Hairu. So you don't have to say hai kami or hairo no kami. I probably can get hai kami. Shiroi is white is a better way to say since shiroi actually means white hair. Yeah, I understand. I know what those words. But it's interesting that haku ended up being gray instead of using hai. What happens? Oh, nothing happens. I guess it would end up saying ashened ashen hair, but fine. You hear that a lot in anime, that's for sure. Ash-haired. Right. And then Hairo.
あんなコートを買わなくてもいいです。
あんなコートを買わなくてもいいです。
図書館はどこか知っていますか？図書館
で
図書館はどこか知っていますか？は知ってかどこいますか？図書館はどこか知っていますか？
どこか知っていますか？ That makes a lot more sense. 図書館はどこか知っていますか？知っていますか？珍しい。必要。発音。優しい。君。
子供が好きです。だから先生になりたい。子供が好きです。だから先生になりたい。
子供が好きです。子供が好きです。だから先生になりたい。先生になりたい。
それで先生は何を言いましたか？
それで先生は何を言いましたか？It's interesting the character Shiro in Haku can also be written in multiple ways. The same could be said for Kami, the word being said as Hatsu. Yeah, when you write Hiroi, it's pronounced as she, and Kami is pronounced Kami. Yeah. Onyomi and Kunyomi. Different reads. Mm-hmm. それで、and euphonic changes. I guess there are euphonic changes for like reading purposes. Man, there are ones that sound really weird if they don't have euphonic changes. Nowadays. Like Hachihun. Oh man, that sounds awful. Hachihun is like what? Or like Juhun. That would sound a little weird. Instead of Jupun and Hatpun. Soれで先生は何を言いましたか？それで right それで Yeah, the euphonic changes for clarity. You kind of start feeling them out though. You get to a point after speaking or like repetitiously speaking to the point you're like, wow, that sounds awful coming out of my mouth. It's like something's weird here. So when you start reading something out loud, you start doing the English thing, right? I would say around 9th grade to 10th grade, there's a point where you start participating in speech, right? You start doing presentations and you have to write the oral presentations and whatnot. And you get to the point where you start reading things out loud and you realize that you can catch a lot of weird intuition breaks in your sentences, and it helps clarify things. And that's kind of the same, in my opinion, for me personally. If it reminds me of that feeling, like when I say, so what did the teacher say? If it was like, so what did teacher say? I'm like, do I need an article there? So what did the teacher say? Or do I need it? That kind of thing. So it gets you to question that. And it sounds interesting. In Japanese, when you start reading certain things, after a while, you're like, that does not sound great. We need to pause here and figure out why this sounds awful. Exactly, the way people write isn't necessarily how they end up speaking. Yeah, like, whoa. Yeah. So it's kind of nice to start getting that feeling as well. It's like, Nana, is this Nana or is this Nano? Nanoka. Nanoka sounds nice. Nanaka sounds like Atatakai all over again. I have a beef with that Atatakai, especially Atataka Nakata. Right? I can it was hot. So what did the teacher... Actually, I think Duolingo would accept what did teacher say. We might as well find out. Dang it! They didn't accept it.
新しい靴は黒がいい、それとも茶色。
It sounds a little bit off, but not that off. What are we saying? I only heard atarashi.
新しい靴は黒がいい、それとも茶色。
でも、
新しい
靴はいい。それとも茶色がそれ
がね。新しい靴は黒がいい、それとも茶色。新しい靴は黒がいい、それとも茶色。それと茶色ね、いい。
黒ね。
黒
がいい。
それとも
茶色ね。
茶色ね。新しい靴は黒がいい、それとも茶色。ね。
I just need 茶色。I was gonna say like, you could kind of ask a question. Stipulate a choice here. 新しい靴は黒がいい。黒がいい。それとも茶色。
新しい靴は黒がいい、それとも茶色。
図書館
はどこかしていますか？I can't really tell, but those voices sound like AI to you. Are they? Yeah, they're synthetic voices.
それは君のビールですか？それとも弟のビールですか？
それね。I just heard a lot of beer.
それ
I don't drink, but I don't drink for pleasure, but it's funny. It's just like ビール、laビール。
それは君のビールですか？それとも弟のビールですか？
Okay.
君。
それ君のビール。ビール
です。
か。でも。ね。or
でも。
なんていうの？
それは君のビールですか？それとも弟のビールですか？
それとも弟のビール。
でも、
This. Oh,
でも、ですかは、
huh. I'm missing a while.
それは君のビールですか、それとも弟のビールですか？
それは君のビールですか？それとも、弟のビールですか？
それを見せてもらえませんか？
それを見せてもらえませんか？ Do I drink beer or does your little brother? Is this your beer or is it your little brother's? They're just asking, is this your beer or is it my little brother's beer? Or your little brother's beer? Do Japanese speaker really sound that mumbled? This is mumbled?
それを見せてもらえませんか？
I think Japanese people actually a lot of times sound more mumbled than this. It's actually very unnatural how sharp everything is. At least personally. I think they run things together a lot more. There are quite super articulate people, but I tend to watch the people who like run things. Like they are blitzingly fast. It's kind of like listening to Spanish the first time. Like a what? Did you say 3 syllables in there? Can you articulate a little, a wee bit? It sounds like everything runs together. English is, you know, we have English examples, for sure. Speaking clearly is a luxury when you're on the move. I learned how to not to mumble in English first couple of years of my high school times. You got to get going? Take care. Take care, Baker. Good luck, good luck. I look forward to your next story. Love the story. Like with is a una is a wait. Like with is and a una is a oh, like as in in Spanish. I see. Yeah. I think here's my thought. Here's a little thought about running words together. I think when words run together enough, they become a new word. So you have like 2 words, right? And then eventually, they get mumbled together so much that they become a new word, right? And if a new word, if these phrases have something like in between, like or like a particle, like oh, right? Oh, right here, oh. If it runs together so much, it's like, nah, let's just drop it. And that happens when you're listening to like Japanese speakers, when they're like really friendly with each other or they're talking. A lot of these there are a few things that gets dropped very consistently. So it sounds like they even run together even more, but it's an omission of the sound. And I run them all together because here's wait, did I show you this clip? Oh wait, you're not you don't see the Discord stuff. It's like there was a clip. There was a recent clip about this. Hang on, let me just look on my Discord. That's a pretty funny clip. It was that comedian. Yeah, it was that comedian, McIntyre's routine when he talked about silent letters in English. And to spell the silent letters, right? To spell the silent words, you would voice them. Initially, when you're language learning, you would voice them so that you can spell them. And that's kind of what I'm doing with Japanese. That would be the closest equivalent. Resyllabification and connected speech. We are naturally wired to use fewer resources than necessary. Yes. Yes, I would say there's a large incentive to become more efficient. Naturally wired. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah. So when we're learning when we're learning, using fewer resources can be interpreted as I'm adequately reading these things because I'm emphasizing them, right? So that's kind of the example where this guy was doing a routine. This comedian was doing a routine about silent letters. However, a large majority of the comments dealt with English learners, ESL learners, learning to spell those words for the first time. Like receipt, for example. Receipt. Right? Receipt. or Wednesday. Wednesday. As opposed to Wednesday. And I remember clearly my parents also did this. They also go through the period where they say Wednesday in order to figure out what Wednesday looked like. So that's kind of how I feel about these two. Witness day. Or what's a good one? What's a really good one? I know this is also dealing with Italian, but lasagna. Sorry. I'm gonna get a lot of fire for this in the future. Lasagna. Okay, alright. It's off the guy's routine. If you're ever interested, it's the comedian McIntyre. What is his first name? Michael? Mike McIntyre? No. What was his first name? Yeah, Michael McIntyre. Yeah. Has a really fun routine dealing with language. Really wonderful routine. British through and through. Have a very electric and wholesome presentation. Not like body language and whatnot. As opposed to like leaning on like potty humor and, you know, the edgy stuff, right? Potty humor, controversial takes and whatnot. It's very language centric, the recent routine. He was one of his routines were about how lots of people have names, but they're always spelled differently. So he like enunciated all the names as through the spelling, so the applying of the diction. But then you had like Seen, Shaan, and Cian instead of just Sean, like the three Seans. And the reason that comes up is because I have a friend that directly applies to, like Cheyenne, Seen. It was a good routine. Like it's tough. Like he really executed it so smoothly. The stuff, practically rewiring your way of pronouncing the things on the fly. Like the name Shanna, yeah, Shanna, or I don't know if there's any other way. Yeah. What was the most ridiculous? And here's my thought though. His last name, you might be thinking, oh yeah, but what is even funnier than that? When I went to figure out what his name was, it's Michael. So it's Mikael. It's like it's spelled Michael, and we're pronouncing it Michael, but it can be Mikael, right? Mikael, and also Mikael. You know, like that's the way it's spelled. And then his name itself does that already. And McIntyre, his McIntyre has a Y in it for tire at the end. And Mac is M-A-C. So M-A-C. So it's funny that he didn't like draw attention to his own name when he was doing that bit, because it would be like, oh, I see what you did there. Like you're doing a bit on names being spelled differently, and yet you have one of the most common names, and your family name is an alternative spelling of McIntyre. Or like, what I mean by alternative, I mean I don't know which one comes first or the etymology of it, but it's funny. And my family name, which I'm not gonna specifically say, but the long story short is, my family immigrated, and their name was using the Cantonese pinyin, of the name. So when we came, when they immigrated, the last name was changed forever. As in, like, no matter what, there's nothing about English that will ever get the last name correct. As in, like, it would not sound like the name it uses, because it's using Canto pinyin, not. And then when a Chinese person tries to read the last name, occasionally they might get it. Like it's like a 50-50 depending on where they are from China, because it's the Canto pinyin, and it kind of sort of could give it away. Now that I know a little bit more about pinyin in Mandarin, no, like it wouldn't exist either. One of the letters don't even exist. So funny things about names. Funny things about names. それを見せてもらえませんか? Show me これ? This? That? これ? それ? That one. それ.
あの人は誰か知っていますか? あの人は誰かね、誰か知っていますか? ていますか?
だからね。だから no, I need something. だから Oh no, I think that's fine actually. だからパーティーに行きませんでした。でしたか？だからパーティーに行きませんでしたか？
もう少しは優しくしてよ。
もう少しね。
もう少しは優しくしてよ。
優しく 優しくして
よ。は、もう少しは優しくしてよ。
もう少しは優しくしてよ。優しく into the して。優しくしてよ。
それで医者は何を言いましたか？
I'm thinking of another I'm thinking of another video clip of it's two guys that sit like a podcast thing. One person is the Japanese guy or the Japanese speaker, and the other is sounds very Americana, but clearly possibly also Asian, possibly second gen Asian. And then he keeps asking the Japanese dude to like do tongue twisters, or like he would ask questions in the form of like a deadpan humor. So he would be the deadpan, but it's kind of like a straw man and a straight man straw man, like a duo situation. That's kind of like Osaka humor kind of deal. But he's always deadpan, and he would ask like, so how do you say this in Japanese? And there was a clip that uses a she, like uses she as the tongue twister. So whenever there's like shite nesh like shiku shite skoshi, like anything that runs with she into like every other thing, I started thinking about when this guy was trying to say it. What a life. Imagine your whole shtick, right? Speaking of she, right? Shtick. Imagine if your whole shtick is that you get on and you record yourself attempting to say tongue twisters all day. Oh boy. You know, she sells seashells by the seashore. それで医者は何を言いましたか？それで医者は Be a little nicer, won't you? This took a while the other way around. I'm like, how do you get from that to this? Now the other way is a little bit more relaxed because yesterday we saw this already, so there's a lot of short-term memory aiding here.
もう少し
もう少しは優しく and we already had this the other way as I'm listening. 優しくしてよ優しくしてよ。
だからパーティーに行きませんでしたか？
だからパーティーに行きませんでしたか？ yes. Okay. So what did the doctor say? Right. They're repeating. It's coupled. Whoops. ¿Cuántos idiomas hablas? Dos. Posible dos. Mi español así. Soy así. Or es así. I speak Fujianese and then English largely, and I wouldn't constitute as speaking Japanese or Mandarin at the moment, although it's okay for conversation, right? 少し日本語話しました。or 話している I suppose. And 我说一点中文，但是 I mean 我还是学习中文现在还学习中文。So currently, like I'm obviously studying Japanese and Mandarin. However, most of the time 我在福州话，佢我right? The native, my mother tongue is Fujianese. Outside of that, though, in this sphere of space, I typically use English. There's no need to. Sorry, I started thinking in something else. Yeah, so probably 2. I would say 2, fairly comfortably. We're going to stop after Spanish, though. Spanish is my first learned language, actually, and it's incredibly rusty. I prefer to read and then respond in English to Spanish, and it's the same for Mandarin. Right now, it's kind of the same in Japanese, so I prefer to read right now. It's kind of the curse of the second gen kind of thing. However, maybe we'll find more and more incentives to use them. Thanks for the question. Hopefully that helps explain. So what did the doctor say? I said it before, whenever you decide to try Spanish, you have a human ChatGPT here. Absolutely. February, JCVP. February. We can talk and joke about everything that is Spanish. I'm looking forward to it. I have also ChatGPT, human ChatGPT people in over on Twitch as well. We're ready. That's gonna be a can of worms, but I look forward to it. I look forward to the Spanish thing. It will be so wonderful to see what I have forgotten and what I have reviewed over like the 3 years of Spanish that I have learned. I love going back down memory lane. It'll be like, oh yeah, this is what this is. Oh yeah, it'll be like Mandarin. When I was learning Mandarin, nearly 70% of the time it's like, oh yeah, that's what that word is. Like I can finally see it and write it and stuff. So it'll feel like that for like maybe the first, I wouldn't say maybe like at least the first 2 levels, A1, A2. I was around B1 to B2. We were reading books. We were slowly going approaching Don Quixote as the writing source material, but now it's like I don't want to speak Spanish until we're learning it. So then I can be a goofball for everyone's entertainment purposes. I'm starting it in February. We're gonna say tentatively, depending on how the project is. So there's a project that I'm doing at February 11th. So this might take a while. So when this project ends, it's probably gonna end in 2 to 3 weeks. It could be more spaced out because I might be juggling other things. So it's either the end of February to March. Beginning of March, around my birthday, is probably when we're doing Spanish. And somehow we're gonna have to juggle the 3. So nice. Yeah. Oh, that's how you say it. Oh. Yeah. So we'll mess around with Spanish. I think Spanish is this isn't a competition. Please don't crucify me for this. But I'm going from the most isolated to the most default, and Spanish is like huge, right? We're not simply leaping from a hobby and or in large isolated country. Now we're talking about Spanish. It's like the next franc de lingua next to English. So I expect that even within a small community, or like someone like myself who's doing this out of special interest with no high viewership engagement kind of thing, it'll still be far more conversation than Japanese and Chinese. Japanese is pretty high up there disproportionately though, because of the way streaming and internet culture, but it still holds a candlelight to Spanish. Spanish is actually mentioned far more even when I'm streaming Japanese and Chinese. Spanish comes up all the time, and I totally get it because I also chose Spanish in that way when I was in school. Spanish was incredibly relevant. I'm born and raised in the United States, so I have a very soft spot for Spanish. The thing that I would have to admit is my Spanish is like video game slang and stuff now, because the most interactions I've had with Spanish is kids insulting each other and yelling at each other for like poor gameplay and stuff. And then, you know, occasional Spanish person on like an older game that I play with adults who constantly bicker about politics and religion. So most of the Spanish that I know is insulting other people's mothers and countries and whatnot. So it's been a little dicey. I haven't really worked on my proper Spanish in a while. I can read it fairly okay though. No, I can read it to the point I can answer a question. Yeah, not so. It's not very clean Spanish, so it's okay though. I at least know words that I can avoid in the future. But I definitely know how angry Spanish can sound. So I'm very used to that. Along with other languages. I happen to play a game that's kind of European centric, and it's filled with older people. So yeah, there are a lot of questionable language when Polish, Italians, and French and Spanish all end up in one party. And then you throw in an occasional German, and it gets a little wild sometimes. So you kind of get used to it. Yeah. We'll have fun in February and in March. And that's the last language, by the way. I do not. These are all the languages that I can see myself using every single day. So I know that's like a shame. Like maybe if someone became my best friend or something and they spoke, I don't know, Arabic, then perhaps we'll add additional. But these are the languages. I encountered them every single day in some shape or form. And now, since I have the time, I'm committing. You're still learning Spanish, Loki? I hear ya. We'll continue to learn all our languages together. At least in my opinion. Right? The learning every day until the day. Right? Alright. And obviously, how would I interact with all these languages? I will attempt my best to find any excuse to play a video game through multiple times in multiple languages, because that's how I view the world. When I watch a show that I really love, I actually watch them in all the different languages, and then I watch them with all the different subtitles too. So if English is the only language, then I watch it in different subtitles, or I watch it in English. Like I even have subtitles enabled when it is English. So I like reading and that kind of thing. Lots of times though, obviously I don't have time to like learn German or something specifically to watch Dark in German. I listen to Dark in German, and I'm sorry. And then there's Korean entertainment. Korean entertainment is quite big outside of Korea. So how do you make it easier to understand what you hear better? That's a good question. For myself, if I care about it, I know this is gonna sound reductive and it doesn't answer a lot of questions. It really doesn't. It's not. I'm not intending to. If you care about it, if the thing you care about, I think we talked about this yesterday. I'm not sure if it was our discussion yesterday or the later discussions. The older you grow, right, the more experience and life experience you have, in order to form, in my opinion, neuronal connections to memory or how you understand something, internalizing it involves putting some of yourself in the thing. That sounds so sappy, but if the thing you're consuming is something that is a part of you and is an ever-present thing, that to me is the way to quote unquote understand something, as opposed to know something, right? To grasp a better understanding. Now, I want to make it clear, it might not be the correct understanding. There's a very difference in trying to be correct versus trying to understand something, right? Like for example, if I one day say the connection you have, I would say something like, ah man, I don't know what to say. What is the correct way of interpreting what I said? I don't know what to say, right? But part of me would try my best to express that I don't know what to say because I really mean it. Like, I need to get this across. And that kind of emphasis creates understanding, in my opinion, that willingness. If you say, well, I don't care, whatever, well, whatever, that would probably not lead to a better understanding, right? So that's kind of my take on things. So what did the doctor say? So, I see what you did there, Hideyoshi. All right, I don't know what the doctor said. The doctor told me that I should complete this lesson today in a reasonable amount of time, I think.
医者 それで
それで医者は何かをsay 言いました。
言った。
Oh, I don't need. I can put at the end. Yes. Did you deliver it? Could you deliver it? Could you deliver it for me? Is that what they're going on? No, they're not. They're going with it.
配達
配達を
やりませませやりま
やりません
しませし
Oh, Morae is there too.
もらえませしてやりか
Oh, Duolingo gave a streamer lay as the past tense earlier, and my mind was blown. Wait. Wait, how does that work? Lay as the past. He lay on the couch? Oh. Oh no. Oh no. That's... Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, that's so mean. Wait. Have I gotten... No. No, that doesn't work. That doesn't have the same impact in Chinese. Chinese is fine. Aku. Oh yeah, that doesn't have the same impact in Japanese either. Oh no. I personally I avoid using the word lay. Oh no. Yeah, that's kind of no. Way to remind me of a word that I avoid. Huh. You said ignore this only ignore this, it's only for British people. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, not every English teacher would know that offhand. No. Yeah, it's one of the words that often gets confused with lie and lay, and then all their iterations of lie and lay. How was it simplified? Just lay and laid? Lay and laid? And then lie is just used for lying, as in like, as opposed to worrying about lying intransitively. You lie an object. Oh, okay. You lay an object. Wait, is it still pronounced lay? You lie an object? You lay an object? Alright, let's not. We better not digress into more English, because English is. Earlier, it's funny you mentioned laid and lay. Earlier I was talking about say and said and says. I just by pure coincidence I was talking about say, said, and says. which involves this coupling. Like lays, not the chips, not potato chips, but lays, lay, and laid. And then there's like laned and lie. So, and then multiple laid. And there's multiple said. No. No, thank you. I'm not hating on English. I really like English. Don't worry. It's like weird because you kind of think that this stuff is funny. I really enjoy bantering about English. Not necessarily for its consistencies, but more for it's a hoot and a half when you talk about English. And much so when you're learning Japanese and Chinese and Spanish and stuff, it's a hoot and a half to talk about it.
新しい
Oh, right. 新しい靴はね、靴が靴は黒がいい。黒がいい。それとも茶色。
茶色
It was word select, so he got it right because it didn't present other options. Okay. I think Duolingo kind of gets away with that. That's kind of one of those things. Occasionally, though, that means it may overlap in the future, right? Occasionally, that means what that screams to me is it's going to happen in the future. It's happened several times with just translating. Like in Japanese, when you're translating, they already do those things. Like they legitimately make you. I mean, I'm surprised there aren't the there things yet. How late do people? How late? Like how early or late or whatever when they get all three of these? When they get the theirs. I'm like now I have so many questions. Like how long do they get like a common thing like this? Oh, that's so interesting. Unfortunately, I don't have that much time. Just break Japanese people in general because it's a foreign sound. Oh yeah, the. What about How much of us? I kind of low key want to watch it.
それで先生は何を言いましたか?
What did I do wrong? What did I mess up? What did the fox say? So what did the fox say? So what did? Oh, this is why I said and say. Oh. Oh yeah. Duolingo also takes liberties with can in place of may. Yes. You weren't here, I think, during the Chinese. Oh no, you weren't. You're not in the. This is a Discord thing. Someone brought up like someone was explaining Chinese to another person who was learning Chinese, I suppose, and they were talking about 会, right? 会可以 会可以 Sorry, I'm just gonna use 可以可以 and 难 right? 难 能 sorry 能 sorry yeah, 能 right? 能 and two of them, one of the separations, one of the Duolingo separations that isn't used, like Duolingo doesn't use the separation, is the difference between can and may. That's one of the bigger separations between these. So you have can and then may. In terms of one of four, there is one of four like nuances that separates these guys. But instead, they chose to translate all of these as can, which is the typical thing, right? It's a very typical thing to do. And I made an argument like, okay, you might want to know the difference. However, if you think about colloquialism, it's cool to know the difference. However, I can kind of see why they ended up summarizing as can, because while Duolingo, yes, they're not changing the mold, my thought on on English communication online is that this is already lost. It's lost. So it's lost, right? And my thought was, oh, okay, I see why they summarized it all as can, because may just doesn't exist anymore. Like what I mean is doesn't exist or not used frequently. It's rarely used frequently in colloquial speak. Can is felt. It's contextually felt now. So when someone says, can I ask you a question? Right? Can I ask you a question? It invokes contextually may. Even though the word may could be used there. May I ask you a question? Right? And that to me is kind of why I could see what happens when you're translating 会可以 and 能 into can. But yeah, it was an interesting thought. Yeah, definitely a common one that comes up. The liberties of can and may. And to me, why is this important to me? Professional writing. When you're writing in science, like scientific writing, or any form of like professional English that requires writing things, may is very important than can. Right? These things have nearly equal weight. Like, my example was like more of a science related. Like, for example, this theory may explain the results versus this theory can explain the results. That's a personal, maybe not a pet peeve of mine, but more like there's a hyper focus on making such statements. When you say like, oh, the results, right? The results are, right? Are versus suggesting a possibility, which deals with may as opposed to can. That kind of thing. And separator of 会 可以 and 能 is that too. Just kind of fun. Anyways, let's continue. What time do we have? Oh, it's past midnight. We gotta get our pep in our step. Today is our final, we're starting our final unit in the Chinese Duolingo course. Final unit.
それで先生は何を言いましたか？
それで先生は何を言いましたか？先生 how did I screw this up? Oh, my subject was not proper, right?
私
にはね、あなたがいりますの。
必要
です。Like it's this one is roundabout way.
あんなコートを買わなくてもいいです。
You had to find the adverb for a novel math definition a few days ago, and the nomenclature becomes so precise. Interesting for mathematics, huh? Can I think of a science one? Like a molecular biology one. In terms of nomenclature. That is very commonly used. I can think of one. DNA and gene. And this is personally a genetics topic. So the colloquial use between DNA and gene. DNA may have genes, but a gene is not substituted by DNA. However, most people default to DNA, yet genes is a very common word. But these concepts, these two concept nuances, these nomenclatures are not associated with each other, like the scope. Like, what is a gene to a DNA and what is DNA to a gene, right? Genes may be composed of quote-unquote DNA, but then DNA is being used as a form of genome. DNA is referring to a genome, in which genome is composed of genes. And genes are composed of DNA, actually. And they may be composed of DNA. Genes can also be defined by RNA. So, depending on the context, gene results in DNA, or like in a discussion about DNA, or DNA is encompassing the topic of genes. So whenever people go around and they start talking about, you know, it's in your DNA, they might be referring to it's in your genes. But if it's in your genes, it might not actually be in your DNA. So that kind of thing happens. And this is a really common one. This is one of the, I'm trying to think of a word or two words that does this. Oh, and here's a different one. Viral or viruses and bacteria. Now, viruses and bacteria often get clustered and are used with words like parasite. Parasite. But there's a lot of things that make bacteria not necessarily parasites and viruses not necessarily parasites, but the generalization is sufficient. So oftentimes, and then, parasites are it's a really large group. It's a very, very large group, right? Sometimes people get a little fancy, in my opinion, and I really appreciate it. I'm not like making fun of it. It's there's a lot of nuance, right? So when people talk about a bacterium, right? A bacterium that is largely, most things are bacterium. It constitutes all single cell organisms, right? Single cell. They talk about like single cell, and then the idea of cells then become an issue, or like then becomes like very technical as well. So when people talk about cells, bacteria, viruses, and parasites, this stuff can get really tricky. Although it's generally, the generalities are understood. They're felt. Like when you hear parasite, you think of a very specific thing that deals with bacterial infections and viral infections. However, there's no distinction between what a virus is and what a bacteria is. It's very difficult, and it's very important. It's one of the concepts that are incredibly important for both healthcare providers and those who are trying to raise awareness of their health. The distinction between what is a bacterial infection and what is a viral infection. Not even from not just from a medical perspective, but medicine is the most felt way. Like you found a polynomial that when you set x to integers between 1 and a few billion, it yields a prime 20% of the time. Oh, that's interesting. That's a really neat polynomial. Is there a name for that polynomial? That seems like a crazy phenomenon. So they found a relationship that connects all the prime on even integers, or on whole integers. Neat. That's not in always, almost always, it's just often, but what does that really mean in math? Yeah, I know, right? Don't get me started on linguistics. I don't know if you were here, but I will quote something that I was literally told, and I really do mean literally, not figuratively. I was literally told almost, when I say every, it means almost. I think it might have also been always. When I said always, it means almost always. And my thought was, you made my point. Thank you for illustrating my point. That person quite literally interrupted to demonstrate that I was being too maybe like too pedantic about the generalities becoming too harsh, too encompassing, much like my comment about viruses and cells and stuff. Always has become almost always. So what does that mean in math? Is 99% always? From a scientific background, well, give me the confidence interval. Right? Give me the confidence interval. If your confidence interval is below a threshold, then okay, I'll take it. But for all intents and purposes, whenever someone says always, every, never, it's below this confidence interval. And even then, semantics would suggest it can't be always, never, and whatnot. But hey, I say always and never a lot of times too. Force of habit and exposure. But generally speaking, rarely does this type of vocabulary even come up in the context of most studious conversations, right? It's within a confidence interval that one may say it's almost always, not even always. How many universals do you have? X squared plus x plus 41 is an always from 0 to 40? Interesting. 1 squared 43. Wow, what about 0? 41. What are some weird ones? How about even? That's really neat, actually. That relationship is pretty sweet. Is there a name for that relationship? The x squared plus x plus 41? That's really neat. That almost sounds like a Vsauce thing.
あんなコートを買わなくてもいいです。
買わなくてもいいです。あんなコートは買わなくてもいいです。English. Euler's. Oh, Euler's polynomial. Not to be confused with all the other Euler stuff. Okay. So something related to Euler again. Huh. Obviously, no polynomial can be prime for all integers because x equals. Yeah, I was testing the 0. Yeah. Or I was testing the irregulars, like, you know, the unique things, just to see if it checks out or not. Oftentimes going to the extreme, like asymptotic, or one way or the other, hitting the limit of like going to infinity or hitting 0, what the behavior of the thing is. Yeah, 41 is the limit basically. Yeah, understandable. I still know a little bit of math, like conceptual math. Probably not that great. It's enough from calculus, like doing like proofs, polynomial proofs and differential equations. I still know a little bit about how to test for the obvious, like the likely cases where a proof will fall or something like that. Because you're trained to do those. Like whenever you say, oh, here's a true and false statement, prove that this is a false statement, like, you know, offer a proof that this is false or offer proof that this is true, and immediately you just go to those specific extraneous, like extraordinary cases. Don't remember that. Those exams where I struggled with those exams.
毎朝
Your passion is algebra. Oh yeah, that's right, you did mention algebra. Yeah, that's right.
私
毎朝私 insolvability of the quintic. I don't. What's a quintic? I'm actually conceptually not familiar with terminology anymore when it comes to mathematics. Like any deep level. Oh, quintic as in, okay, to the 5th power. I see. Oh, I didn't realize they have names. Beyond a binomial. Oh, I guess trinomial. Okay. I guess I only went up to trinomial, and then I switched to polynomial. And so a quintic. There's no closed algebraic form first. In that? Interesting. Huh. Do you not teach math? They exist, but you can't ever represent them with A through F as an equation. I'll take your word for it. I haven't like ever simulated anything of that nature. That sounds like a monster. I think the largest polynomial is it's a binomial, right? It's at least just 2. Then relationships typically don't go beyond 2 or 3 when it comes to like trying to find biological relationships, like regression, right? Fitting regression onto a piece of data, like a longitudinal study. The regressions don't go beyond like the second power. They exist, but what, like ugh. Oh, okay, like a quadratic. I see. Interesting. Oh, that's where the quadratic comes from. Oh, that makes so much sense now. Quintic and oh, okay, I see. I'm learning English now, sort of. 父が私を起こしてくれた。
これ。
I have to go to the bathroom, but I can finish this first. We're going too late? It's a great discussion. I like to share. I have to apologize in advance. It's very difficult thinking in maths. It's been so long. Like a language that I have yet to rekindle. I think the closest I've gotten is to like data, the application of like data science, like bioinformatics. Basically exists in the quadratic because you add and subtract. Yeah, that's understandable.
私
The book I'm looking for.
私
これは本. How do I screw this up? これは本だ。
私が探していた。Did I do the same thing again? Oh yeah, I did the same thing again. Dang it. You gotta move the Honda to the end. And not that Honda. This Honda. Stop thinking in Chinese. Call me by your name. Oh yeah, this. Oh, today I had a hard time understanding this, but now I kind of understand it. I kind of like it. Call me by your name.
君の
君の
名前
君の名前名前を僕で僕を呼んで And it's super non-intuitive that in some cases of the 5th power, these changes in roots don't commute. I'm gonna take your
I'm gonna take your, I, you know, take you at your word. Unfortunately, that's beyond my comprehension. But yeah, algebra has a legit ending to it. Interesting.
ピザを配達してもらった。
ピザを配達。ピザを配達してもらった。
母に本を読んでもらいました。母
に
本を
読んでもらいました。I had my mother read me. I see.
あの人は誰か知っていますか？
あの人は誰か知っていますか？
荷物を届けてもらいました。荷物
を届けていましたのもらいました。
もらいました。
She carried the bag. She delivered the baggage to me, or the luggage. I had my baggage delivered. Oh, okay, that's. I had my baggage delivered. No. That does matter, actually.
私たちは写真を撮ってもらいました。私たちは写真を撮ってもらいました。
Okay. Okay. So, 私たちは写真を撮ってもらいました。So, I had the picture taken of us. Oh, we had a picture taken, yes. Okay.
これはみんなのための映画です。
これはみんなの映画はこのみんなは映画のためのです。No? Or
は映画のため
このみんなのための映画
はです。
映画です。
これはみんなのための映画です。これはみんなのための映画です。
Oh, whoa, just kidding. This way. これは、yeah, this. これはみんなのための映画です。This movie was for everyone. This movie was for. This is a movie for everyone. Okay. Not was, because yes. Look, I was looking for. Oh, I screwed this up again. Oh, right. Oh.
これは
私が looking for 私が探した No. Wait. Yes. 探した い
た
本だ。Wait. No.
探し
探していた。探していた。探してた本だ。これは私が探していた本だ。Okay. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So let's do a little bit of, let's clean this up and then we're good. Right.
優し
And then we're gonna move on because I'm behind.
優しい。
Look at this monster. It's so tall.
優しい。
優しい。
優しい
優しい。
It's like looking up on a basketball player.
優しい。
優しい。
Sorry. I don't think I've actually
優し
literally
い。優しい。
優しい。
went up to like that tall a person. Although I am acquainted with
優しい。
fairly tall people over my life so far.
や
Let's see.
優しい。
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 優しい。優しい。
優しい。
優しい。
優しい
優しい。
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 The only time we can complete a kanji section nowadays when the unit
優しい。
is largely grammar. Okay.
やさ
優しい。
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 優しい
That's vocabulary. Mostly conjugation and
優しい。
saying similar things
優しい。
but using a different structure.
優しい。
優しい。優しい。
優しい。
優しい。
優しい
優しい。
All right. We're not gonna go back that for the sake talk about money the next unit. Anyways, just got one more day on this. All right, that's a wrap. I made some notes, so let's talk about this. So there was sore. There's soreka. Soreka is interesting. And we have oops. Yeah, no, that's so we also have you've been yeah. Out of left field. And also otet otetsu, otetsudai. As a reminder, otetatsu, ostau. I mean, not all, but it's tetsudau. And then another use of kiddo, right? The combination. The first use of kiddo was for the big butt with three teeth. And then we have the new kiddo, like a flex on kiddos. And there's this very specific one. Not sure if it's specific. So, sonna koto nai yo. Try to see, right? So yo is the emphasis. So nai, negation of suru, and then koto as a, I guess, a nominalizer. It might be koto sonna. I have to do. Anyways. Oh, that's a wrap. That's a wrap for our Japanese for today. We had some wonderful conversations. Talking about parents. Again, a little bit of a talk about technology, which I actually talked about yesterday during our Chinese session, but not that much in the Japanese. The idea about child development, right? Childhood development, behavior development, and the intersection at technology and whatnot. All right. Well, that's a wrap for Japanese today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. And I hope that everyone's having a wonderful holiday. If you're gonna watch this later, hopefully the holidays were wonderful. Yeah, time to hang out, chill with friends and family. Yeah. And so until next time, right? Mata ne, ja ne, minasan. I'm gonna get up, take a quick bathroom break, hydrate, get a snack. Thank you.